back here for another breakdown of the. We'll discuss what's going on with the storm right now that's happening, and then we'll break down what's happening with the weekend system as well. So we're going to have a good amount to discuss tonight based on you all now seeing kind of the trends and guidance help give my idea life to it in terms of the idea for a potential snowstorm this weekend. It's been a couple weeks since we've been able, a little bit over a couple of weeks since we've been able to track a snowstorm here. So we gotta we gotta lock back in here, and we got a lot to discuss here. So I'm gonna get the link out first, and then I'll open up the chat here in a second. You all can feel free to mention something. If you don't mind liking the stream, it does help. We also have channel memberships available, which will give you a little bit more priority for some stuff. And then you can get super chats as well. You can do the whole shebang. So I'm going to do that right now. And I'm actually going to get a little bit of our music just to start here, and then we'll turn it down after. We want to go. But how is everybody doing? Let me get the chat on this one up here on YouTube for those that are already in. Is the stream going here? What happened? There we go. Okay. Nothing happened. Michael, how we doing? Celtic Supreme. Brahmani, thank you. Yes, we did hit 1,000 subscribers as well. So thank you. Thank you all for that. That is all on you. It has nothing to do with me. It's your decision to subscribe. So thank you for that. Start just a little bit of music to start here. Yeah, thank you, Michael. I was just had to check my own chat here. Let me get the link to X. Jason Ludwig, you were not late to anything. Okay, let me get RHP. How we doing? Okay. Yeah, we're going to discuss Celtic Supreme, GFS, and Euro. Okay, so link is now on YouTube. Kevin, how we doing? Let me pin this to my profile as well. Okay. Get started here in a second. Jason, how you doing, my man? It's good to talk to you. I'll never forget seeing your posts from the December 2020 storm. I don't think anybody can forget that, but I just remember you, and you're always very nice to me too. So I appreciate that, and not because you have to be, because I hope it's because I'm a decent person, but glad to have you in here. I still think about 2020, man, a lot. That snowstorm. For Bama, simply plugs. Yeah, I think Bama can get something out of this. Maybe it's possible. I guess. RHP, welcome, welcome, my man. All right. Uh, Minnesota crazy 10 again. Yeah, I did see that. I did see that. So one of those infiltrating into my list. So it was impressive. To be honest, I didn't even watch the video. I just saw it, or I didn't even open it. I just saw it. You just see, man, that big storm. I've never seen anything like that one yet. That was a goodie. I still to this day wonder what if guidance was right a couple days out, what that would have been like. Because man, we would have. I can't imagine getting a few feet of snow. What that would have been like 3 to 4 feet. Yeah, he was. I believe it was 43 inches, right? Jason, you got? I could be wrong. 42. Yeah, he got it. Yeah. I really want snow for Long Island. Well, there's a chance. We'll break it down here. Again, it's pretty cool to see 1K now. Get next to the name. I'm not used to that at all yet. Still kind of adjusting to that. But reminder that channel memberships are available. If you're curious on how you can support me, that is the easiest way to do it. You're allowed to send super chats now since I've been monetized, which is very, very cool. And then you can also just interact in the chat. It's really all up to you what you decide to do. Viewing here, it's again, yeah, all up to you guys. So we'll get going here, and we'll kind of break down some of my thoughts on what's going to happen here with the weekend system. Again, thank you RHP for becoming a member here. It's very, very much appreciated. Okay. So let me pull up just a couple of my notes here. I'm just checking, just double checking. All right. So here's kind of what we've been able to do. Let me get NFL fan, how we doing? How we doing? Again, ask as many questions you want. Just especially if you're a member, I'll do my best to try to answer them right away. But don't be surprised if it takes me a second, just because when we're breaking it down here, there's a lot to discuss. There's a lot to break down. So I'm gonna do my best here to break things down for y'all. And I am definitely not feeling well, so I'm gonna pop a cough drop here for the sake of my voice. Don't mind me and the crackling you hear. If you do hear anything in the background, it's probably either me taking a sip through the stream of my drink or it's my puppy, who's not in his crate right now. So if you hear my voice sound a little lispy, it's because I got the cough drop in. That's all. But we're powering through. Modern medicine can help a lot, so we're gonna power through. Ike, how we doing? The goat is back. I appreciate it. So excuse me. With the system here, this is gonna come through here, and man, we're gonna get a temperature swing with this system. Flu game, I believe you're going for a unlock there. I was never coked to begin, so but yes, unlocked, sure. And so this is our system here, and as you can see, based on the P-type map, it's not a surprise, right? We talked about it. Interior northeast. Sure enough, hour 222 showing something fun stuff. But and we can talk about the at the end after. Thank you, Michael. Given we're just starting, we're probably yet to get to the worst of it. So, but let's hope we're just better by about Saturday, Sunday, and we'll be fine. So with the system here, again, Talked about it. Maine on the backside of this system, I really still like. I think we'll see if we can get a band kind of to come down. I'm just showing. I really shouldn't be showing this P-type map, but we're just going to show it just for the general purpose. We'll go RGM. And so this is kind of the general idea. I'm fine with showing the P-type map for this case because it gives you the general idea. Elevation is certainly going to help here. If you're elevated, you're going to get some accumulating snow, no doubt. And as the system moves through, and you notice, the idea was this was going to be a little bit weaker. This could have been maybe stronger if we were going off just the GFS several days ago. And I thought there was at least a potential for a little bit of this to come ashore, just a little bit, okay. And I thought then that would have worked in really well favor for Maine, and Maine still will get some. But that was my general idea. I didn't think we were going to get a major snowstorm. I was kind of in between, is where I was. It was a little bit in between, like close to some of those Euro runs, from several days ago. It was kind of my thought process, at least, of what I thought could happen. And we were a little bit wrong with it. But I'm glad at least we were not showing, hey, I think a major snowstorm is going to happen. So, again, seems like we'll see with how we finish here, but seems like we're going to go in the about the C to C plus range for that forecast. So we passed, but we did not do fantastic there in terms of the long range with that, the longer range, right? We tried it. Anytime you're trying to make a call like 5 days out, it's really tricky. It's really tricky. So I try to do my best, but it's not always easy. So this will produce snow up into Maine, northern New England will do really well. Ski country, if you got plans to go this weekend, should do really well, and maybe you can even tack on a little bit more depending on the precip shield of this weekend if you're planning on going skiing. And then places here across the Finger Lakes, upstate New York, they'll do really well on the backside. Even down into the Appalachians, there should be some snow. I still think there's a chance for some flurries or flakes, so keep an eye on that. Up the coast here, keep an eye. There's a chance you could get some flurries on the backside. Might be too dry in order to do it, but it's something I still should mention as just a possible. So all these places here on the backside of that front, keep an eye on that. That is certainly still technically a possibility, and then we'll keep an eye too on some ocean enhancement snow. See if a band or two can work their way too close to Cape Cod and in the islands. But you can see on the backside, you could get a chance for some bands maybe to come through. There'll be some lake effect and enhancement for sure. How does this set the stage for what's about to happen here? We'll break it down. The system here, as you can see, comes in through. And guidance adjusted a little bit with this system too. They were a little bit too weak with this system. We saw some amplification trends on guidance with this system. And then we also saw this system back its up, back the dump truck up a little bit behind. And we allowed some stream separation in between. And we allowed this system, give this system some chance to breathe and kind of do its work. Those are some of the notable trends on guidance, and really where you can really connect it to. Back here, when we talked about this, right? This is where a lot of your system is happening. Right here. This is your system right here, guys. All this up here. You'll see more come in as well. You see this? We got more being sampled as we speak. All this up here, though. And this amplification, we can trace back all the way to East Asia a good amount of time ago. Remember we were talking about this? How long ago were we talking about this? This is a part where almost 6 days ago, a week ago almost, I believe. Nearly, yeah, about a week ago from exactly now. So over a week, we've been talking about this time frame. At least I have been. I'm not sure about others. And this is in kind of breaking down why I thought we could get a snowstorm out of this. Or at least a snow event. And we're definitely probably going to get at least a snow event at a minimum. And we'll break down why. Because of that connection. When we go back, what happens in Asia matters here, right? Imagine this. It's kind of East Asia is connected to the eastern United States. The downstream reflections that happen in the pattern can tend to reflect a little bit. on what happens for us. And so what we got going on here is we had a snowstorm with Japan, and we were talking about this, what was this, about maybe 5 to 7 days ago, roughly? Somewhere around there, maybe was it about 5 days ago or so? And regardless of the exact specifics of the storm, we had a notable amplification. I mean, if you notice, if you or not go back, but if you look at what's happening, excuse me, downstream, you'll notice, take a look at the Rossby wave action that's still happening. You can see those little shortwave pockets there still happening, and that suggests we're kind of going to keep this active pattern going. Kind of a loaded pattern in terms of potential for just system after system after system and for the eastern U.S. Now, that doesn't mean every system that comes on through, it's a major snowstorm. Hidden Mega, how we doing? This does not mean every system that comes through is supposed to be a major snowstorm or even a snowstorm at all. So don't expect that either necessarily, but I am thinking that we can go back, I think it was about a week ago as well, and we were connecting the Bering Strait up here by the Bering Sea, and we were connecting this here, so keep an eye on that. Late next week into early the week after, we could have a big storm across eastern U.S. maybe, or just a storm, and we'll see. I don't want to say what it could be, but just keep an eye on that. And you've seen some long-range model runs kind of flirt with that idea. My point is, what happens here, notice what happens now. So you can see the amplification that's happening right here, right up here. This is the zoom in. If you zoom in a little bit, I gotta show the full picture so you can see it. I know it might be, but if you're on YouTube and you're not on the link, you can zoom. You should be able to zoom in here, and you can see that this is our current system, and then here's the one that comes in after. Look at that amplification in place. Big, massive western ridge. This is displacing cold air from here, and this is really going to help bring down more cold air to central eastern United States. It's going to be really cold for many after tomorrow, PM, and Friday. Bitter wind chills this weekend, too. And that is why I've been more intrigued, is because the other aspect, and I'll get back to this in a second, is we have the cold air in place. I've seen some discussions. Brady, there's no high pressure. We don't need high pressure for this. We don't need a big Greenland block. It's not necessary, especially for this setup. If we had a big Greenland block, I'd be worried heavily that we would not be getting this. Or maybe if it was the exact right Greenland block, then maybe it would work in our favor. But that's beside the point. That's beside the point. So going back to here, if I zoom out here in the northern hemisphere, notice, see if I can zoom in one. That did nothing. Okay, so if I zoom in here, take a look what happens. So this is why I'm intrigued, because that amplification, you see the train it follows? When you have a Pacific jet extension, everything tends to go across, and you can get flooded with Pacific air, and you really need the right cold pattern in place in order to get a storm. If you have it, you have a good block, then you can you don't have to worry about that as much sometimes, and you can still get snowstorm. But notice, boom, these pockets here. And it goes around the western ridge, and this is our system up here, and then it drops in. So watch this here, I'll play it. You can see it. See the system up there? And watch what happens in behind the system, and then boom, look at the jet get going. But you see it already getting going around Saturday. That is the alarm bells going off for overrunning snow potential. And then you see what happens in behind. There's part one of your system, and there's part two. Voila. There's a notable snowstorm right there on the GGM, on the CMC, the Canadian model, which is just an extension, by the way, usually of the RGM. It's just not going to handle the thermals and the specifics as well. So for all of you looking at the P-type maps, I really wouldn't worry that much. Now, remember, we did say there's a chance in theory when you don't have a major high pressure that there's not really a limit necessarily if things line up. Yeah, now there is in terms of where it's happening. You can't like make this a inland cutter or something like that, but you can push this a bit more interior. So places that are not along the coast that are thinking about, can I get hit with this? You can. But here's what I was talking about with this system here. Notice what happens. Look at our jet streak. That's a strong jet streak, guys. That's nothing. That's, 120 to 150 knot jet streak right there. Very strong. You start getting, 150, 175 plus miles per hour. That's a good sign that you can create lift in the atmosphere out ahead. So this is where I'd start be looking. I don't know why I said that like a pirate, but I'd be looking for overrunning precip out ahead here. Saturday, well, this is I drew it a little too late. Let me get right there. You see that? There's your jet streak. Boom, out ahead, overrunning precip. Look, now some of this could be rain closer to the coast, overrunning. So I hate to say that. So that's certainly a possibility. But look for a narrow corridor, maybe 1 to 3, 3 to 5 plus inches maybe, with up here having the best chance for the most snow. Up here into the northeast in New England, best chance for the most snow out of this. It will be a narrow. I'm telling you, it could be just a narrow corridor of overrunning precip here. And this is what starts the system here. This is what starts the system. This is what gets it going. Reminder, if you don't mind hitting the like, if you're on YouTube, it helps a lot. Shameless plug, sorry, but it really does help. So with the system here, this is the first part. But as you can see, look what this dig into the jet stream. Look at this amplification into the upper level jet that's happening here. All right, so this is our upper level jet stream. If you're confused what this is, these are our winds at 250 millibars. So this is where we are at the surface. Imagine this being around 850 millibars, 700, 500, 250, and all the way up. And then you start going way up into those levels of the atmosphere, and you can keep going eventually all the way up to space, technically. So with the system, we'll talk about places where in a second here. So with the system here, we're looking at 250, and this helps dictate where the best lift can set up here. And when you get a really good coupled jet, meaning these two come together, that's an oftentimes sign for a pretty significant snowstorm, or at least a solid snow event if it's brief. And then look what happens. There's part one, the overrunning stuff, and you can see, look what's happening down south too. This dig into the trough, and we are tapping in to some deep tropical moisture. You see what happens here? So again, it's not necessarily a super active subtropical jet across the Pacific, but we're calling this our subtropical energy here, right? It's along here, this tropical southern streams, the southern Gulf energy that we're tapping into. And I'll refer to it at times as a subtropical jet, even though it's not like an insanely strong tap from the Pacific. It is there. There is a tap from the Pacific, absolutely there. So subtropical jet is semi-active, but it's not, crazy, so to say. And so with the system, but notice what happens. Look down here, and you'll see in behind our system. See that? See that northerly push there? That's the dig of the system, and we're seeing now pulling in. Yes, the MGO is moving into phases 7 and 8 here, upcoming eventually too. So that will play a part when forecasting systems eventually. So we'll talk about that. But any time we do that, that's where those alarm bells can go off a little bit. Because, guys, you know what's out here? Super cold air. Pretty cold air. Out ahead of the system, overrunning, helps bring that warm air. It helps. And you know what? I think this helps, in my opinion. This baroclinic zone helps set up initially further north. In baroclinic zones, they like to follow those gradients. They do. Out ahead. And I think this helps set up initially what could happen. Because I think that the bringing up this warm air initially out ahead and flirting with it, I know some people are like, well, is it really? Yes, the cold air is out ahead. It's plenty enough. Even if some of these places here are rain along the coast for the overrunning, don't have to worry. And I'm not sure some of these places further south would be. It might just be some places along the coast of New England and far east mid-Atlantic maybe. That's certainly possible. But with this system here, this tap of, when you start tapping into this real deep Gulf moisture, this tropical moisture, into the Caribbean even, and you start get a little bit of influx of subtropical energy as well. Yeah, we'll discuss all the places: Alabama, Maryland, Mid-Atlantic, Northeast New England. We'll discuss them all. Trust me, we're gonna get to them. We got to go through that. We got to go through this though. It's important. We got to show you what's happening, because I like to show and make clear when people are not sure what is happening on guidance. I like to illuminate what is happening, and bring life to certain things that maybe aren't being talked about or discussed in regards to the event. And so this cold air out ahead, now we have a baroclinic zone out ahead being set up here, potentially for this system to follow. I didn't even tweet about that. I was trying to remember to tweet about that. I didn't even get to it. But this baroclinic zone gets followed here. And now we're tapping into some strong tap of moisture here. Anytime you dig a system down this far, alarm bells go off if it's going to ride up the coast for potential. And so now this cold air meets that warm air, and that's where upper level atmosphere dynamics get created. That's where the magic happens, guys. Anytime you see a strong thermal gradient, meaning those temperatures cluster tight together, oftentimes along those fronts, that's where the best dynamic weather can get created. And so look what happens. That moisture helps influx into our system, digging that trough that much, and look at that, we get a coupled jet. Now it's not perfect. As you can see the angle. It's not like digging down like this. Usually a perfect coupled jet will look a little bit more vertical on the backside, and it'll give more time for the system to slow down. But here's the thing, guys. When you create this amount of lift in the atmosphere, the more you continue to amplify this upper level jet, it breaks the laws of the physics for the atmosphere. It's like, whoa, what's going on here? Not really, but you get what I'm saying here. It's like, whoa, this isn't right. So the system then has to slow down a little bit, at least at that point, for cyclogenesis to happen. And then the low oftentimes either, not always, but is trying to occlude, basically. It's trying to wrap up everything. It's trying to stack 500, 700, 850. You know, when we see that we call a system stacked, that's what is trying to happen. And so the stronger we get this upper level jet here, the higher the ceiling gets with this system. And you can see, I mean, that is about as gorgeous of a look as you can get for a snowstorm right there. That perfect little S shape, we like to say, almost. You see that? That little S shape right there that we create, where the jet gets broken up, basically. And you now have all of this best lift trying to meet that area. And right into that, right entrance region and left exit region of the jet, you're just creating a significant snowstorm at that point. So man, into some of these places here, you'd be creating a pretty good snowstorm. And then this taps down though. This is what gets going though for the south. So initially, remember what I said in the beginning, guys. We have the cold air in place out in front. If we didn't, southern places, this would not be a go. It would be just maybe some frontal snow on the backside. Having some cold air in place is very helpful. Now, that being said, some places still may start as rain and have to go back to snow to hope to get any. And to me, another key here is I'll pull up and I'll show you another reason that I'm optimistic, not because I want to be, but because of what the atmosphere is showing. This gradient here, the Gulf Stream gradient along the coast, you see how tight that gradient is just along the coast? Systems love to form, or low pressure systems like to track closer to these gradients. Okay, go research it. It's just proven, because that's the baroclinic zone oftentimes where these gradients, the baroclinic zone, that tightening of temperatures, that thermal gradient likes to form closer to where this happens. And then, as we know, this is that vertical jet structure we had happen, we're seeing on guidance, All guidance is showing that. That's verbatim what all guidance is showing. That's not up for debate. You can debate the P-type maps all you want and what they're doing. This is what guidance is showing right now. All guidance, a strong upper level jet. Now some amplified a little bit more as we've seen, and some a little bit less. And we'll get into some of the 0Z guidance comes out as well. Yeah, Jason, when you get that tap, absolutely. If so, what can form, how much? Yeah, all valuable questions. But this is what helps, I think, initially, that can really help get this low going sooner than later. And it's what makes me concerned, though. If you're at coastal places along here, it would make me concerned about any snow potential for here for the southeast. If you live in any of those places, I know we got some people in here right now that might be from there. So just if you're keeping an eye on the system, I'm not loving the snow potential along the coast here. These places might be a little bit more inland, your snow potential, just due to the fact of the nature of this system. This low really might want to get going soon, just due to this, to the Gulf Stream here. And then what you do notice is if we go back then to the North Atlantic, notice that Gulf Stream gradient kind of fades a little bit. As you can see, it's been fading a little bit over the last several days. Not quite as strong in some of these places. It's cooled down a little bit, some of these waters. But what gradient do you notice now pop up? This one. And then so basically, I think there's a chance we could see almost a handoff, more figuratively than literally. And we get a low pressure system to form close to here and then kind of follow this gradient as well. Now, it may look slightly different than that. It may look like that. I don't know. But we'll figure out those specifics as we get closer. And at a minimum, I think this. I'm leaning towards this at part 2 of the system, at least scraping. That's where I'm leaning at this point. But a lot of times, guys, you either hit or you miss. It's not a lot of times in these setups you scrape. Possible, sure. Especially with all the systems that have been happening, maybe this is a little bit fractured and this is a scraper. So that's possible. It's possible. But it's a lot of times you either hit or you miss. And right now, I'm leaning towards hit. The question then was going to be, how much snow? And that I don't know. But I do know, and I've been saying it, snow event to moderate storm is what seems most likely at this point. And I'm going to remain with that. And I'm going to lean a little bit more just due to the overrunning we're going to have out ahead. For if you combine those two, I'm going to say lean towards a minor to moderate snowstorm happening. That's where I'm going to lean at this point to happen. And it's not based on guidance. Notice we haven't showed a lick of future guidance right now other than the upper level jet signature. Right, so this is what creates my forecast. This is what gets me, I don't want to say excited about the prospects, but, very intrigued about the prospects for snow potential. All of this analysis here, right? This has nothing really to do with future model runs. And then when we tap into what some of the future guidance is doing, well, that's where it gets a little bit intriguing. Because now we're seeing guidance kind of bring my idea to life a little bit over the past couple days. And suggest we very well might have a snowstorm to track here. And I don't have to put any egg on my face. And it would really be helpful because I've been saying that I think we're going to get this one to produce for about a week now. So we tapped into long range forecasting and trying to do our best here with that. And as you can see, the result for those that need a little bit more of a visual, this is what happens. So you're going to see all, really within this area here, you're going to see a pretty strong precip shield. You're going to see that. Get ready. Bang. Boom. And I think you get a little bit more back into here, just based on the upper level jet signature. But you can kind of get that idea, showing it. It's a pretty notable snowstorm. And then you can see that upper level jet signature, that storm has no choice. You see how it starts going vertical now at that point? Anytime you get a storm track that goes like this and this, that is oftentimes a sign of a strong storm. I don't know if we're going to be able to do that. But if you do, if you get into New England, some of those more ceiling potential, we could start floating some of those ideas then. We could start floating. But until we get there, I'm gonna float the idea, but I'm not gonna say with any likelihood or probability of a more significant storm happening, something closer to major. I'm not even gonna float that. Not or I'm gonna float that, but I'm not gonna put any notable weight on that at this point. But even here, this would be a pretty good snowstorm, and then Maine would get absolutely hammered, as you can see. And you notice what happens? We talk about frontogenesis. Look at all of that convection there, that mid-level convection, riding the gradient. And it's going up the coast now. It's even a little messy. That's not even perfect. So that lets you know that 700 signature, I think, could have been a little bit more put together. This looks really a little bit messier than the upper level jet signature suggests. So I would think a little bit more back into here and here. But even then, how much, let's go to the surface. We go to the moisture precipitation. Surface precipitation, and we'll go 48 hour. And you can kind of see there's, well, first, here's your overrunning. You can see a little bit shows it. And then after that, kind of brings the goods there. Bringing almost over an inch of precip in some places further southeast. And go the 10 to 1. And then the cherry, you can kind of see, shows pretty solid, pretty, again, nothing crazy. And I even think that would produce maybe even a little bit more. But again, you're looking at a Canadian model run 4 or 5 days out. So over 4 days out. So you got to be careful on the specifics of what you're looking at. Now, you go to a GFS, and you can see we have another similar solution here. Yeah, shout out to everybody watching the chat right now. I appreciate it. Again, if you want to like the stream, feel free, no worries. There's channel memberships and other stuff. That's other stuff is not the description I should be using, but there's channel memberships available. The super chats are available now as well. So you can, if you want to show extra support, you can do that. But just by being in here, I appreciate that more than enough. But here you can see with the GFS, one difference I noticed with this compared to the Canadian is it's a little bit more dig on the jet stream, and I'm fine with that as long as we don't go flatter. Because if we go flatter with the nature of the system, that's going to make it difficult for us to rise our height lines and push up the coast. We'll look at the Euro AI in a second here, Bloody. Don't spoil it for the chat, but no, I'm just kidding. But we're gonna look at the Euro AI and the Euro in a second here. But I'd suspect that just based on the nature of the system, and you could kind of see based on the panel members, the mean of the AI ensemble was more so a split of in between, and which means it tend to go either way. But what this happens is really now this is such a good dig that it really forces moisture and convection to form along that baroclinic zone and forces a low pressure system to form early on. And once you start getting that to happen, you can really allow something to, it gives us such easier pathway for our system to ride up the coast. Now, I also want to see what happens here with this system behind, with this part, because this is some really cool air. This is connected right to our TPV lobes. There's multiple of them. I think we may have a polar vortex stretching event, at least at a minimum, happening soon. And this is kind of connected to it potentially. Just anytime, guys, too, when you get this cross-polar flow here and you're such a big western ridge that can help displace, it just anytime you get that, there's always a chance then at that point you can get some sort of notable polar vortex event. There's always a chance. But in regards to this, that's not verbatim, by the way, so don't take the word for that as specific. But anytime you do that, you can get stuff, you can get interesting dynamic weather from the polar vortex going. But when you do that, now you also talk about southern places, which I'll mention for a second here, to get some notable snowfall. There's a chance there. We could be looking at into Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, Tennessee, some of these places, there's a chance for snowfall with this system. As you can see, it could be down to the Gulf Coast here. It really could be. There's a chance. There really is a chance with this system. It's just going to depend on how much you dig. If you're living in a southern spot, you need this system to dig. The more you dig the trough, the better off you're going to be. Canadian, you dig the trough here, but you don't get low pressure to form early enough. Your upper level energy kind of shoots up the trough a little bit more, and it needs to form. It takes some time to get going first. It's also why you don't see as many snowfall totals big here in the mid-Atlantic with this system. But this is our best chance for an East Coast snowstorm we've had in some minute here in terms of, and again, when I say East Coast snowstorm, I don't mean historic East Coast snowstorm. I mean just an East Coast snowstorm, something that produces snow up the East Coast and produces a snowstorm somewhere. That's pretty, and anytime you get accumulating snow in the South, it's almost always a snowstorm. it's either flurries or snowstorm in the South. I feel like there's no in between. And 1 to 2 inches of snow in the South is a snowstorm. And so that's kind of what you want. And both of these systems, though, produce snow for the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast. Both of the natures of the system. And again, I'm curious to see what happens here because we have cold air coming in through here. I want to see what happens here because this can help enhance our system. This could help enhance the ceiling. And I honestly think the GFS was very sloppy with the energy consolidation. It could have gone a bit more with some of these totals here. It took its time. Now maybe we do go a little bit sloppy, and that's fine. We can still get a solid snow event to snowstorm out of this for part 2 of the system. January 2018, this is not quite like January 2018, but in terms of up the coast snowfall, yes, that is certainly similar. And I see where you're going with that, Ike. But this is a little bit different here because 2018 was pretty far offshore in terms of where the low kind of bombed out, so to say. Kind of a different nature of the system, and that was really, guys, that was one of the worst blizzards in history, believe it or not. And it wasn't necessarily because of the snowfall; it was because of the winds and the coastal flooding. I don't know if we have anybody in here that remembers that. The coastal flooding and the winds from the January 2018 blizzard were brutal. It was awful. I mean, we had, I think, 60 to 80 plus mile per hour wind gusts along the coast. I think record-breaking coastal flooding. I think some of those records may still hold in some places. That was a very historic storm. So just some extra knowledge right there about that system. But you see what happens here? It doesn't even fully, these two don't even connect, so to say. The stream interaction is kind of piss poor. And so this makes it a little bit difficult to even get as much precip. This makes it a little bit more, harder to get as much precip as you could out of the system. As much of the snow. You see it happens pretty late. And so that's interesting. That, maybe in that scenario where you dig that much, maybe you do have a little bit of a higher ceiling. And even then, it still shows a pretty good storm. But I'm curious what happens here. Does this help to enhance? Almost every guidance shows this helping to stream interact with our system versus just pushing out of the way. Shows this kind of edging to the tail end. And then the other one, the past Euro, shows it not. So you go to 18Z Euro. That's OZ, and we'll go to 18Z. And 0Z Euro is going to be better already, I can already tell. But you can see what happens here. That just pushes it. And I find this a little odd that every single other piece of guidance, because the Euro is usually better with some of these sampling out here. But clearly, that's not having it because, when both AI guidance show at least a little bit of stream interaction versus a push, that's a little bit of a telltale sign. And then right here, I can tell you this Euro run I think is going to be better. See the height line's already higher? See that amplification there? That's a big difference. That's a big difference. That's 6 hours apart, 2 days out. It's kind of leaning back the system a little bit more. Basically, the more we can hold back and the more we can dig this down to allow these height lines, get these height lines to build, the better. If you do it too much, things could go wrong fast for some of these coastal places. I'm going to warn you guys. There's not necessarily a true limit with this system. What you're hoping for coastal places is you thread the needle here. I'm telling you, if we do get the system to convert fully and we do get a good snowstorm out of this, I'd be a little bit worried for some coastal places. Definitely along the south, but maybe into the mid-Atlantic. So let's look at Euro AI. See what it did here. Initially, I would think, well, height lines are a little bit higher, but I'd like to see it push back a little bit further. But what I think we are going to do is just maybe, are we going to dig a little bit more? Yep. Dig a little bit more. So the more we dig, the more we can get a little bit of this subtropical and this southern energy. We can get it a little bit out of front ahead sooner. And this really smooths that out. So the precip, the precip shield on this could look a little messy. I don't want to say it's not what you want. I just want to float it out there because I'm warning you guys in this system. Just warning you. Let's hope we can just thread the needle here for some of these coastal places. But I'm just warning you. There isn't really necessarily something truly, there isn't a true confluence piece to the northwest or to the due north. Your confluence is mainly out here more. And it's just basically you're relying on super late amplification and hoping to time that. And so it gives a little bit more leeway for places just barely off the coast in New England, Northeast, some mid-Atlantic places. There's a little bit less. There's a little bit less margin for error. I'm just going to warn you that. But that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to say it can't. I'm just warning you. There's a chance. But let's see. I mean, it looks all right. Yep, that's what you want to see right there. Yep, height lines higher, digging a little bit more. That's what you want to see in theory. So, but the preset map, I'm warning you guys. I should stop saying warning, but I'm just letting you know it's going to look a little blotchy always. It just is. But even then, you can see the shift on the preset map here. Take a look. See it hold back a little bit more. See that? And you can see it more towards the end of the run. And so this will, the preset map here is not always going to look sexy on this. And even then, I think many would take that along the coast. But again, look at the hour time frame we're at. And this is exactly where you want to be at this time frame. It's a little scary how almost exactly. We have some models showing the snowstorm. We have some kind of scraping. We have some showing the storm, but not fully. This is kind of where you want to be. It's close to it. And you get the overrunning precip out ahead too. Take that into factor. And this is something I think this will struggle with. This is going to be a bit of a mesoscale feature. So I think this precip here, it just smooths it out. And this, you can see a couple days, 2.5, 3. This is about 3 days out almost. It's going to smooth that out a little bit. So keep that in mind here. But I want to see the upper level jet structure because I think that now 200 millibar is going to be always the 250 when you're looking at this will always be a little bit further back. And this one and on the 200 it's not going to show up the exact same spot. So keep that in mind. But oh boy, that looks, yeah, that's what you want to see. Just a little bit. Basically, a little bit slowing things down just a little bit more. And you notice that too? Take a look at the AI GFS. I mean, my God, that's showing a beauty of a system. And the jet streak isn't even as strong as some other guidance. And you can see that. So this is the improved version of the GFS, we'll call it, kind of, using the machine learning. It is still not, it's still not great in my opinion, but you can clearly see that would make some people happy. And even in these preset maps, they kind of smooth it out a little bit. All right, let's go to the Euro here. Kind of show you what's going on. So initially, those height lines rise a little bit initially, but I'm not sure. We'll see. Hold up. Let me look. Let me look at more of the run first. Hey, don't do that, Tatum. That's not nice to the couch. I mean, I do like that we're not pressing so much on here. And then let me look at more. I'm kind of doing this on the fly here. And I do like our height lines backing up a little bit. But it's still a bit messy. Still a bit messy here. See, will this get... All right, well, don't do hour 84 then if it's not the same. Go to hour 83. Or go, oh, no, that's not what I want. How far can I go here? See, what's the point of that? Why show me the wrong hour if you can't show it? And you clearly can, too. I hate that Weather Bell does this. It's beyond annoying. Like, what? Like, why lead me to the wrong hour? And why skip hour 87, too? Ugh. Can we go to hour 90? I really hate this about Weather Bell. Don't show me the hour if you can't. And I'll just have to try to go off frickin' memory. It doesn't show it. Can I go there? There we go, okay. So initially, kind of digs a little bit more maybe, but it seems a little bit less pressed on. It seems like there's a little bit more room to breathe right here in the system if you look. So we're kind of doing some analysis on the fly here. Let me get to the upper level jet. And yeah, there we go. Yep, that's that. You see, that is where things get clearer. See the upper level jet more amplified? That you can clearly see. So we're doing what we want. Yeah, that's notable. That's notable. Nothing major, but maybe it will be more on the preset map. Yeah. And then what you can see there clearly, there's going to be a difference. There's going to be a difference. And even take a look at that overrunning precip. I'm telling you, Saturday, this is going to be sneaky. Because we talked about this. This is a bit of CSI expanding here, potential. Now, not major, but a little bit. Slantwise convection, where you get this jet streak, right? The southwest-northeast orientation. And I'll draw that. And then take a look at the orientation of the upper level energy as well. Watch this here. Magic. Boom. Right there. You see the orientation? Now, not perfect, but you can kind of see that general idea still. Pointed in the same direction. You see that? And so when you have that orientation, when those two are kind of parallel, oftentimes you can get, it's almost like a little bit of popcorn banding, maybe almost. You get some you get some pop-up overrunning precip out ahead, and you could get some narrow bands of snow. I'm telling you, that's a sneaky. This is a sneaky Saturday storm, not storm necessarily. It's the first part of the system. The main action though doesn't come for another day, almost doesn't come till the next day. The second part of the system. And right here, the Euro is, oh boy, baby. Now we're talking. Yep. Euro's getting closer. That's what we want. You see now on this system here, this is helping to aid a little bit more. The Euro was alone on this, and it's adjusting. You don't usually see the Euro alone on something like that. It made me question, like, is the Euro maybe seeing something? But it's getting a little bit closer with that piece now. This piece is digging a little bit more, coming in from behind instead of pushing it quite as much and pressing on these height lines. It's allowing this system to, at least, it's not necessarily aiding so much, but it's not hurting it now at that point. Yeah, nobody knows why Weather Bell can't send me hour 87. Now it can. And then you see it. So you probably get something back into here if I was looking at 500. But it's still probably going to show the main bulk offshore if I had to guess. I could be wrong. Let's see here. Let's see if we can pull it up enough. 700. Yeah, just offshore, the main push. We out there yet? Not quite. But you can see the overrunning precip. You can see that. Out ahead, it's showing it. And you see that? And it's not limited. It's not limited to the interior either. Coastal places and mid-Atlantic, Northeast. I don't know about mid-Atlantic, but I-95 corridor could look something like that. You get some precip to break out ahead. And this is the first part. So this is why I say it's not about whether we get snow this weekend. It's how much. That should be the question people are asking, in my opinion. But people can do what they want. See that? Look at that. It's showing it. That's a solid band right there. That's a solid band you're seeing right there. From my house, from Central Mass, across much of Connecticut, New York City, New Jersey, Philly, showing that. Now, this is not maybe necessarily where it's going to be, but you can see what I'm talking about, where they're, you know, this is what people need. I'm telling you, it doesn't take a lot. Now that you've already had a snowstorm back back when you had that December 14th storm, you already had a snowstorm to start the season in December. That's a great start to your winter. That's all you need in those places. Long Island, New York City, Philly, they're off to fine starts here. A lot of places are actually off to a pretty good start. Mid-Atlantic, some places are not. They're not in the tank because they've had some snow, but you know they haven't had a snowstorm yet. It's been just to the south. It's been more towards the southern Mid-Atlantic, towards the south. So you get this on Saturday, regardless of what happens Sunday, you could be in a good spot. And you'll see here. It's going to show it. You see what I mean? That's a solid. Now, some of that is the current storm, but you see what you get here? And the snow map may not even be perfect. But you get a solid stripe of snow here in these places. You see that all the way down towards, you're getting towards Charlotte now too, I think. Maybe a coating an inch down to Charlotte places. Across southern central Virginia, maybe along the Appalachians. DC, northern Maryland, PA, New York City, Hudson Valley, southern New England and interior southern New England, you get a chance. You get a chance for some overrunning snow, and it lines up perfectly with the upper level jet signature. Right? Take a look. I'll show you. Right there. That's where I'd be looking. That's where I'd be looking for some overrunning snow potential. Joe Weather, how we doing, my man? Joe Weather owns the biggest donation in history of BJWX since we've started a few weeks ago monetization here. Euro shifted west, though, definitely going to continue tomorrow. So far away, we'll see, but I would lean towards it. Our 87 class. Jumped on board. 1 inch of snow in North Alabama. 1 inch of snowstorm in North Alabama. Yeah, and I forgot to mention, yes, some southern place, but tricky forecast on southern places. I'm not even going to attempt, especially with it being out of my forecast expertise. And I still question: could there be a big? Could we get some snow to break out here? Could we start going negative? I think there's a chance. I wonder if we can. I wonder if we can. It would be something, it would not be on any model guidance, but maybe there's a chance you can get some light snow to break out. Really is a shame we couldn't convert this fully, though, because look at, I mean, it was going to be a lot to work with, but sometimes the energy consolidation isn't in favor. But this is going to be tricky. Now, these places in here, I have more confidence in. Like, you start going into interior South Carolina, maybe Columbia westward. You start going, if you're lucky, this is going to suppress a little bit more, and you'll get banned to the coast in these places. That's what you're hoping for. You're hoping for something closer to a Euro AI, I think. I don't know what this precip shield looks like yet, though. Haven't looked close enough into that area. But these places back into here, shoot, I ain't even going to try right now. That's such a boomer bust right there. You're praying you get enough convection to form up along the low to get things started. I mean, shoot, look what you do. You get your own mini snowstorm almost. Not quite. Not strong enough, but then get this overrunning snow out ahead of the system here. That's where things get started. And you can see on the Euro, right, we were talking about, this is what you would want. But I don't necessarily favor this. Let's lean a little bit further. But there's a chance. Back into these places here. So watch it. I don't know about down to the Gulf Coast. That would be historic, though, if you get back-to-back snowstorms, basically. That would be incredible. And yes, 1 to 3 inches would be a snowstorm for these places. That would shut down everything, I'm pretty sure. But to me, that's certainly a little bit better. I don't know what the P-type map is going to look like. It may not reflect that. It's hard to say. It looks like it should, but P-type maps is why I don't forecast based off those. They're sketchy at best. And man, we're not going to get a P-type map that far out. And let's get to some of the ensembles here in a second. I want to check those out as well. Is this a warm air advection? I mean, warm air advection is more so of a process. And some storms kind of follow that more like we call them warm air advection storms. It's more of a process, though. So it's really, it doesn't necessarily qualify the same way, but technically yes, you could say technically yes with the system, especially starting with the overrunning precip that gets out ahead initially to start here for some of these places in the southeast. Technically kind of especially for these places. But you also have some cold air advection on the backside of the system from the south as well. So, but something like the Arctic front that we had a couple of weeks ago would be more of a true cold air advection system. Or the snowstorm you got December 14th that I didn't really get as much on. I got a few inches of snow, maybe a little less. I think it was like 2.7 or 8 or something. I had so many 2 to 3 inch snowstorms this year. Well, we got 1.5 actually, so I'll take it. But my point is that's more of a cold air advection event, where the cold air from the backside helping to kind of help provide the juice. And this isn't necessarily the same thing as that, so kind of helps provide some perspective there. Maybe more nuanced of an answer than I needed to give, but whatever. Fun stuff out here in the long range. That kind of lines up with that time frame we're watching for. So we'll keep an eye on that bearing straight connection. But let's look at some of the ensembles here. Let's see what we got cooking. Actually, I'll give the Euro P-type map a chance to see if it's all right. Something's there. And sure enough, looks a little healthier, but especially along the coast, North Carolina coast. Yeah, that looks healthier. And the Euros, you can almost put it in that coastal scraper category now. See? So, Tatum. Hey. No. Hey. No. Don't scratch up. Hey. Jeez, he's trying to tear up the couch. It's not okay. If any of you have dogs, you know what I'm talking about. They are creatures for a reason. Creatures first. There we go. Make sure to give him a pet. You can say hi to Tatum in the chat if you want. Tatum is my 1-year-old golden retriever, if you're curious. Let's take a look at some of the ensembles here. Okay. Not there yet. Damn it. Okay. GFS ensemble holding on to that Gulf Coast stuff real hard. We'll see about that, but and the GFS ensemble showing up. Take a look, it slows down even more from that, which I like. 12, 6. Take a look, we just keep doing it. Just keep doing it. Nike. Look at that. We reversed trend. I kind of like that. That's cool. Oh, that's what we're supposed to do. But you take a look. The Jeff's mean now is a snowstorm, which is not a bad thing. I know some will be like, it's the kiss of death. Oh, too bad. Still gonna show it. I'm not. It's not a curse. I know some people wanna think that way. It's not. Sorry. I just don't think that way personally. It's not a curse. And then you look at the upper level jet signature. That's just the mean at 200 millibars. I'll go to 300. And boy, oh boy. See it kind of push back, you would think, isn't that better? No, not necessarily. This is more reserved. This is push back, and you can tell from back here. The more you can see towards the towards the exit region, you more I should say more towards just the back, to be clear, for those that don't want to talk and try to pinpoint meteorology for you. Just towards the back of our upper level jet here, you can see the more that pushes back. Take a look there. You see that? That's better, because take a look at the next one. We'll get there. That, as a mean, is impressive. That, and you can see the difference. There you go. You can clearly see that. That is very impressive as a mean. There's got to be some members there showing something more than impressive. Very impressive. It's a pretty solid mean there. As long as it doesn't hurt. But really what I want to show you is the panel members, because we can look at these maps, but reality is they don't define stuff really. This shows you the panel members. Take a look. There are some very big hits. So some of those ceiling ones, there was a little bit of merit to it. So the Jeff says, hey, the ceiling for this system, I think it's there. But you can see then there's some members that just kind of make the mean look a little bit crazy. More than not show, and more than not, when they do hit, are significant hits. They're not weak. They're not just little snow events. Most of these are hitting. And they're not weak. More than not. Go to the percentiles, kind of show that. You can see some of those lower percentiles. There's your 25, there's your 10. Even at a minimum showing something, 25, because that's the part of the overrunning, so, right? The first part of our system here. And then take a look. Look what you'll do with the 50, the 75, meaning the upper 25% of models of inside the ensemble. And there's the upper 10% echelon showing. And that would be, that'd probably be pretty close to a major snowstorm there. Those higher ones showing that. And that's what it's just good to show the ceiling. In theory, there is a ceiling, but why you can't forecast a ceiling. The ceiling's a ceiling for a reason. You don't build a house where your head's gonna hit the ceiling the entire time. Real-time storms, welcome. How you doing? We'll slide to the Canadian ensemble, which was pretty impressive at 12Z. I like to see that. Digging more, it's a little bit more, it's a little bit positive. It's a little, height lines are lower a little bit out ahead, but I think there'll be enough dig. I think. How is New Jersey looking? You're still offshore, but I see it continue to nudge westward out the coast. Just now it did. I think New Jersey's in play here this weekend. Absolutely. Here's the preset mean, but you see how it kind of just stays there? That's unrealistic. That's unrealistic. The preset probably won't just stay there. You see that? So now you have a spread is what you have here. This is called the spread, and we'll go to the panel members and you'll see. Some members are going to show big hits and others are not. And there's a fair amount that do. You can see the ones that do, it hits. Actually, more than not if these actually hit, but you have some members showing absolutely almost nothing, and it can skew the mean a little bit. So you kind of got to know what you're looking at as well. And this one only has 20 members. So there's a lot less to go off of. But I don't know what that looked like compared to last time. Again, this isn't the end all be all, and this still would be a fine spot, but it is. You can see 0Z, 12Z, take a look. There was a spread on that from 12Z, and then went away last night more. And then 12Z, hello, and 0Z, hello, hello. But you can clearly see the spread of Ensemble Gun and Show and Storm that hit there, back into there. GF, this for me Sunday is trending more north and west a little. This is too nerve-wracking. Yeah, I think it's awesome. I don't think it's nerve-wracking at all. I think it's exciting. I enjoy this. This is what I live for. There's about 5.5 months out of the year where I don't even get a chance to have this opportunity. And so I don't take it for granted. You gotta at least have something. Track it. And for me, that's everything. That's everything for me, so I enjoy it. See if the AI GFS mean has came out yet, and it has. We'll take a look here. So this is, again, the AI GFS. It's the AI version. It's the machine learning version. I know you want to hit. Just teasing a little bit, Justin. Don't worry. Just know sometimes I'm oftentimes a little sarcastic in a good way. I'm more playful. I have a bit of those masshole qualities in me, so they're going to show themselves at times. But don't worry, I almost always mean well. So even if someone likes to test my thinking in a negative manner, a lot of times I'm usually at least going to thought provoke to try to get their best side out of them. For those that do decide to want to troll a little bit, but I do like that, showing it backing up as well. But you can see the mean's a little bit uncertain. There's a little bit more uncertainty on the specifics of that the farther out you go. But general idea. See it? Dig, dig, dig. And stronger mean idea. Take a look here. That's a really good signal for North Atlantic ridging to help force something up the coast. That's what you want. This is the key. Without this, you don't get much. Or you don't even have the chance here if you don't have that. This is at best a southern snow system if we don't have any North Atlantic ridging. And then we'll see. And the GFS AI, its mean shows the storm as well on the preset map too. You can see it slow down a little bit. But this has been more consistent. The GFS AI since last night has been showing at least a similar idea. Now it's just honing in, shifting a little bit west. A little bit west with the precip shield. How good I'm praying. Pray harder. We need it. I don't recommend abusing God like that, but when it comes to snow, hey, all means necessary. If you're religious, see what kind of holy water you can tap into for this a little bit here. Obviously, playing fun for those that are very religious. But Brady, I don't know if you're a football guy, but the Giants hired John Harbaugh. Let's freaking go. Very nice for you guys. I'm happy for that. Get him out of the AFC. I'm not mad at that at all. I think Jackson Dart's a good quarterback, in my opinion. Joe Weather, you know I'm a football guy. Come on now. Don't even bother to ask. Yeah, I think Jackson Dart's a good quarterback. He still has some pretty notable flaws, I think. No offense, Jackson. If you ever listen back when I'm maybe famous one day, I think he's a great quarterback. But he's got a lot of work to do. He got a lot of work to do. Also, stop trying to tiptoe. Get out of bounds. Slide. We don't need to see you trying to do extra stuff. Drake May. Absolutely. Drake May is the best. Also, I'll say, I'm not sure if there's any other Northeast or Mid-Atlantic or Southern places playing. I don't know if you guys know, there's going to be a football game this weekend in Foxborough at 3 p.m. It doesn't take an expert to figure out that that timing could line up. There is a chance, if you're going to the game on Sunday, could be a snow game. I know we've flirted snow games before, and the snow games that have happened so far this year, or a snow game, I forget how many. It was a snow game, but there wasn't. The snow removal in the field was pretty good, and it didn't accumulate much. It just was like snowing. Let me get another cough drop here. So there's a chance for a snow game on a Sunday. Keep that in mind. That would be pretty epic. I don't want to say it would benefit the Patriots, but when you're playing at home in the snow, I don't think that ever hurts if you have an opponent coming from the south in a dome. You got those nasty pass rushers, Daniil Hunter, I think, and Will Anderson. Those guys are nasty on the edges. So you get them coming off the sides like that. Maybe that snow makes it a little bit harder for them to get to the quarterback. But let's get back to what's going on here. There's a chance because look at the timing. So you can see the GFS AI ensemble. Look what it's picking up on. That overrunning precip out ahead. And it's because you still have kind of this upper level energy way back here. And so it'll kind of almost be like, it's almost like a mini clipper almost, so to say, start. But it kind of digs first. No pun intended for Stefan, but it does dig first. Until you get some snow to break out across the Midwest. Probably some lake enhance off of that. So keep an eye also. You could have some lake enhanced pockets here. Anybody living here in the interior Northeast, you're going to have a flow off the lakes here, and you'll have this southwest flow. Keep an eye on that. You could get some lake enhancement here to help in that, and that could extend a little bit. So some of these places into here, you could get a little bit of a, maybe not that far south, but could get some lake enhancement. And that could help a little bit. So keep that in mind. And then that is a hell of a signal, guys. That is a heck of a signal to see at this range. You don't very often see that. That is a signal. That's a long-range storm signal if I've ever seen one before. I'm curious. We haven't really had a massive East Coast snowstorm yet for these new AI guidance. So we don't really have a precedence yet for what this is. It's unprecedented. Not in the sense that, not usually in the sense you would hear that word, but it's unprecedented just because we haven't seen it before. We don't know what the AI machine learning guidance is going to do with a long-range storm threat. So we have yet to kind of see what that may look like. But that's a long-range storm signal right there. Anytime you get the second level of green on the precip to show up 250 hours out, it's right in that time frame, 21st to 27th. Within that, you could say the 22nd to 25th, 26-ish, somewhere in that. You could kind of maybe say that there could be a storm here. And we pointed that it's this teleconnection here. About a week ago, we were talking about this low pressure system up here. And you even get another one as a mean up here by the Bering Strait as well. So that could lean into February if that were to come to fruition there. Another Bering Strait. You can see a multitude of low pressures kind of going in there. So see that right there? 15 to 21 days after. February 1st, first week of February. keep an eye on something. Keep an eye for if we still have the solid pattern like I think we may. Could be a good snowstorm potential maybe. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll say February, first week of February. Keep an eye on that. Okay. We'll mention that. But let's get back to the ensembles here for our storm. Perfect. Oh, come on. Get out more than that. I don't know why the AI ensemble is taking so long now in Weather Bell. It's truly annoying. The Euro ensemble doesn't even initialize as early as the other one does, and then it zooms out. It's so annoying. How much money we pay. See, I'm trying to see what comments I might have missed. Florida 7362 says, I don't feel too confident about Mid-Atlantic I-95. And listen, it is not for coastal Mid-Atlantic and south places, there is a little bit less margin for error, as I've stated. Little bit less. But if you thread the needle, it could work out pretty well. Let's take a look here. Okay. Oh, but I like that. Basically, I really like looking to the backside of this because I want to see, is it doing this? Is it doing this? If we do this, that gives a chance for this to round the base of the trough quicker. This upper level energy here gives it a chance to round the trough quicker and try to get vertical sooner. Vertical sooner, better chance for a snowstorm. Yep. I like that. Just a little bit. Back this up a little bit. But I don't love it. I don't love this current. I don't love the current look compared to that. You can see the difference there, but it's close. It's not that far off. The differences in the upper levels are, I'm telling you, the differences in the upper levels are not going to be representative of what you're seeing at the surface. They're just not. You have to keep that in mind. They are not going to be fully representative or represented. Representative, I think so. Of we clearly were not an English major. But my point is, the changes in the upper levels are not always going to be as representative or will represent what's going to be happening at the surface. That's why I say P-type models, P-type maps are the death on models. They're the death of crucial forecasting. So you gotta keep that in mind. Let me get to, okay. Let's reload this. See what the rock is cooking. Yep. There we go. It's not major, but it's notable. It's visible. If it's visible, it's a change. Will it show it yet? Kind of. Back it up. Basically, the more we back everything up here, and the more we dig, the better chance. We do the opposite, the worse chance gets. That's the reality. Both possible at this point, but I'm leaning towards at least a scraper to a snowstorm. That's what I'm leaning towards. An East Coast scraper to snowstorm. In either way, the South has a chance to get some snow out of it. You're due for a snow football game. For a guess, that would be nice, Joe Weather. What is The upper end, New Jersey. What is the upper end for New Jersey? A foot? I mean, I don't even want to go there at this point. And I know you want that information, Justin, and I want to give it to you. But I don't want to throw out stuff without a concrete idea of the specifics of how this setup is going to play out. We're in a fantastic spot with guidance, in my opinion. Fantastic. That doesn't guarantee a conversion, but we're in a fantastic spot to see with guidance. We're, in my opinion, we're almost exactly where we want to be. Guidance is a tool to use as support, but it's helpful. And if you know how to use it, it's very helpful. But it's not the end all be all either. It's not the end all be all. So you have to keep that in mind. But your ceiling, well, we'll go your ceiling in Jersey. In theory, it could be double digits. I guess that's a reasonable ceiling, right? In theory, but there's too wide of a range of scenarios right now to be talking about ceilings, in my opinion. A little bit too wide right now. So I don't think it's really worth it in a sense to, like, start floating stuff to you, get your hopes up, and more importantly, not get your just get your hopes up, but misforecast something that I don't need to. Speaking of misforecasting, the euro now adjusting. See it backing it up. Back the Brinks truck up, baby. Just like the Patriots did for Milton Williams, back it up. Back the Brinks truck up. Let me get to 500 here. As Emperor Palpatine says, good. As Borat says, very nice. Okay. I don't play. But that doesn't mean I don't want to see the euro support. I do want to see it. So that makes, and the fact that guidance is showing it, I have to respect it as a tool. Even though I don't always agree with guidance, I have to respect guidance as a tool because it's very valuable and they're very good at what they do. They're just not good at specifics. Guidance is really much better than people think. That doesn't mean they're also awful. Like in terms of guidance was truly atrocious. It was not just the GFS, by the way, that was flirting the potential. All guidance was flirting, everything but the Canadian, which I got to give some credit to. And it did have to meet a little bit. The Canadian was a little bit too far overdone with what it did, but the scenario the Canadian had, the Canadian was not biting. So I got to give some credit to the Canadian, but you have to remember, guys. Here's one thing you can't do. When one system gets something right, or when one model gets something right, you can't look at that model now and say, oh, this is what we need. That model is not necessarily going to be accurate for the rest. You can't just say, oh, this is the right model now. No, that's not how it works. Trust no model. Some models are better than others, like the Euro AI, but they're not perfect. They have biases, and you have to be able to abort from certain models, and you can't hang on to them. I see it all the time. Some people, until this model comes aboard, I'm not buying into it. And that's the worst thing you can do as a forecaster, in my opinion. Sometimes you get lucky with it. Maybe not the worst thing, but it's one of the worst things you can do, in my opinion, because now it's forcing you to be tethered and tied to the life force of the model. And that's a terrible spot to be in as a forecaster. If all you have to go off of is this one model, terrible. At least if you're going to model watch, at least use all of them, right? So I think that's the worst thing you can do is until this model comes on board, I'm not buying into it. And for me, that's just like, well, models. Well, if you did that with if you did that with the euro for December 2nd, southeastern Massachusetts would have got like 5-6 inches of snow out of that system. What did they get as the end result? Like, I think it was about a coating to an inch. And the Canadian model also certainly is not a model you want to be holding on to. Trust me. I've seen a lot of Canadian failures. This is a dumb question for our guest. Does New Jersey get plowable snow? Again, I don't want to say specifically, but Jersey is absolutely in play. But I don't want to. I don't want to explicitly say yes. Jersey's definitely going to get. I mean, regardless, out ahead of the system. If you combine the two, I think when you combine both parts of the system, there's certainly, and that's how I'm going to view it. Some may view it as two separate. I'm going to view it as 1A, 1B. That's just how I'm going to describe it. So others may think it's two separate systems. I'm going to call it 1A and 1B part of the system. That's just me personally. You can call it whatever you want. That's just how I'm going to do it. Because they're part of the same upper level energy, in my opinion. It's just what's happening here, and then what happens here comes around to meet what's happening there. That's really all that's happening with that. So that's why I call it 1A, 1B. And realistically, if you get 1 to 3 from that, and let's say you're able to get another 1 to 3 from after, all of a sudden you got like a 2 to 6 inch snow event there, and boom, you got accumulating snow event there. Now, and maybe that's not the dream, but that's just giving you an example. What am I thinking for our area, Central Mass? I think New England has a little bit more margin for error with this system. I think New England and the South have more margin for error for accumulating snow, because I think New England's in a better spot for the overrunning system as well. I think Saturday in our area, Rich, I think we could do very well. I think basically northwest of 95 on it seems like, and we might have to refine this. This could shift a little bit, so keep an eye on that. I have to rely on guidance a little bit, and I'll try to break this down more myself without guidance and look more into it. And over the next day or so, we'll kind of use satellite, but yeah, the upper level jet idea is not going to change so much, and that idea stays consistent, and it supports the idea that this area in between here has a chance to see accumulating snowfall, and it could be sneaky. So back into southern New England here, this is probably the highest ceiling with the part 1 of the system, and there could be several inches of snow. Really could be. Wouldn't shock me if it's like a 2 to 5 that breaks out across here. 1 to 3, 3 to 6. That's where I'm kind of leaning with the first part of the system. Patrick Greeny, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Put a W Patrick in the chat. Hi Patrick. Shout out Patrick. Thank you for that, Patrick. Very much appreciate it. I don't take it for granted that anybody that wants to help support me in that way. It's undeniable. And a reminder, super chats are now available if you choose to. You don't have to, but as Patrick showed, I gave him a nice little shout out there and appreciate his support. And channel memberships are also available. And then if you don't mind liking the stream, is a very easy way to show support, but not at all required. So don't feel obligated to. But it's not so hard to do it, and it's a very easy way to help continue to increase support for the channel. If you do enjoy it, some don't enjoy it, so then you don't have to watch if you don't. So that's perfectly fine. You can live your life how you want. I'm not here to tell you how to do it. I can only provide my experience and recommend some things, but I can't tell you or force you how to do anything. So I appreciate it. All right. See, oh, and there we go. AIFS backing up a little bit. Digging a little bit. Height lines rising a little bit. This is going to be really, there we go. I like to see that. It's going to be a little bit harder to see it on the AIFS, I think, with it just, it's already so smoothed out, and this is going to smooth it out. But maybe this will be clear. Yeah. A little bit more vertical, backs it up a little bit, barely. Yeah. See that change there? This is what I notice. See the increase of a little bit of the ridging here? You see that? Be able to pump a little bit more moisture up just on the ensemble mean. You take a look there, you can see it. So, but not a major change on the ensemble mean. So it's the ensemble mean is going to stick with something close to the operational, it seems like. But remember, this is a mean. What if we have like 8 of these members offshore showing nothing when that's not going to happen? Let's say if that doesn't happen, then that's skewing the mean potentially, and maybe it's a spread. And this isn't a confined area. The key giveaway, you see how large this is? In reality is, guys, it's not going to be that large. To me, that indicates there's a spread. Now, there's an idea of consolidating an upper level jet here, somewhere within here, but there's a bit of a spread going on. That's my takeaway. You dig in the trough a little bit sooner too. The lighter these winds get in here, usually the stronger the coupling of the jet is in here. The stronger, we call this upper level divergence, which helps support and create lift. And lift is a necessary mechanism to help create precip and banding. That's all that means. And the Euro's just not quite as excited yet, but it's getting there. You see that? Backing up the Brinks truck, just like our boy Celtic Supreme said. Backing up the Brinks truck for Milton Williams. We don't forget Milton Williams in the Super Bowl. Milton Williams should have won Super Bowl MVP last year, for being real. Shout out our boy Milton. No disrespect to Jalen though. Okay. No, we don't get that yet. Here's what I like to see though. Take a look at the overrunning. Euro AI ensemble now. This is different than the operational. Showing it. Look at that difference. Boom, boom, boom. Hello. Me gusta, por favor. I love to see that. Very nice. Look at that. It even shows as almost a, mini snowstorm almost. Not really, but kind of. You see that? You get this snow event here. That's why I'm saying New England has a little bit more ceiling with the overrunning here to start. Take a look here. Look at that. Listen, I want the second part of the system too, but if you can tell me we can maximize snow here on Saturday, I'm never going to deny that. Give me a chance to shovel more. Let me build the snow piles. That's what I want to do. I want to build big snow piles. I don't know about you guys. There's only one right way to snow cleanup. To do snow cleanup. Make as big as piles as you can. That's the goal. Because when that melting comes, my snow piles that I mean are still here after even today. I think they may be gone after tonight. They're still here. They're still there. They survived. Lesson here: build as big snow piles as you can. Go lean into your inner kiddom. Lean into the inner kid that you have. Don't hide the inner child you have inside yourself. Let it show. Come on now. And I really want to see the panel members though. Really want to see those. I'm gonna pull another cough drop here. As Tatum has one of the loudest sighs in the world behind me. Tatum is very vocal without barking, if that makes sense. He has a lot of reactions. Lot of reactions. That he says a lot without saying anything, if that makes sense. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Wait, was this Euro or Euro AI that I was talking about? If I was talking about... Okay, the Euro AI preset map is not even out that. That was the Euro. So I did all that about the Euro AI for nothing. But the point remains the same. It was just the Euro, so... that's fine. Sometimes you're never going to be perfect. Actually, all the time. All right. While we wait for these ensembles to load out here, guys, we still have, especially the panel members. They're kind of still loading out here a little bit, and I want to see them. What do you say we look at next week's storm signal? Just a little bit. Let's talk about what's happening after. It's exciting. When I said this was going to be one of the better patterns we've had in a minute, I wasn't kidding. I wasn't trying to say it's just a day. Well, that's how it goes with the weather apps, Justin, and that's why people like you are watching me right now. Not because I'm ridiculously special. Well, I like to think so, on my own little way. But all of you should hopefully think that you're very special. But because if not, it's a little low self-esteem, and you should value yourself and what you bring to the planet. So, and I like to think that you guys watch me because I'm more valuable than a weather app. I can provide insight, and I can provide perspective. Yes, in Atlanta, there is a chance of snow with this system. But it's very boom or bust in Atlanta down there, guys. Very boom or bust. So if you live in the South, very boom or bust. Keep that in mind. Like, there's a chance if you're Atlanta, there's a chance you could see like 2 to 4 inches. There's a chance you could see flurries. Like, there's a very wide variety of what could happen. We'll keep that in mind. Neither of which would shock me. So we'll keep an eye on that. But in regards to next week, guys, here's where things start getting interesting here. is take a look at what we're going to do here. It seems like we're getting at some version of a polar vortex displacement, a little bit of a stretching, it seems. See that height line there? Holy crap, 486. That is Arctic air. And so we get cold Thursday, Friday, guys, but the polar, we're going to have a major Arctic outbreak, I think, next week. I don't use that term lightly. Take a look. The 850s. And look where that is, look, super cold air. Oh, anytime you see those pinks, those level of pinks, that's a dead giveaway. I mean, that's near minus 40 Celsius, to be clear. Very, very cold. That's all that you need. If you can't do the conversion, cold. Dying cold. That's that's what it is. Say from the south, cold. It's cold. Okay, so your 486 height line gets around here towards the Hudson Bay, and man, Hudson Bay polar vortex, shocker. Hear that a lot, and that's what's going to happen. Arctic air gets displaced very far south in behind the weekend system, and so you'll get a chance probably for a clipper or something to come through. Maybe there's a redevelopment chance in a higher ceiling scenario, but probably not. We'll lean against that for now. The general idea is that you'll get some deep Arctic air to swing through Monday into Tuesday and Wednesday as well. The first half of next week is going to be about or not next week, the week after. Oh, yes, next week. The first half of next week is going to be bitter, bitter cold. It's going to be cold, bitter cold. And so that kind of sets the stage, though. And the lobe is going to kind of rotate on its axis, we think, a little bit. That's the idea. And so we still keep, that, you see, we still keep that negative EPO look, so to say, but that fades a little bit then. We still keep that you see that fades a little bit. And so this creates this setup here then. And so initially you're looking at this, Brady, what is so intriguing about this? And this is not just for the Northeast Mid-Atlantic, by the way. This could be for a lot of the Eastern U.S. to keep an eye on. So let's keep that in mind here. And if this really presses, you could get into the South again. So I would keep that in mind here. But we might flex a little bit of the Southeast ridge here, so to say, and that could allow. And what we're going to get is we're moving towards MJO 7 and 8, meaning your moisture here in the tropics and the subtropics will get enhanced in these regions here potentially. And so what that's going to allow is we may even get a chance for a tropical cyclone develop or a subtropical cyclone off the East Pacific. Subtropical is going to get active, and that influx is a really strong influx of moisture. And kind of the thing we're doing with the Nino regions as well into the end, so I don't want to go too far, is what we're doing in that westerly burst of warm air that's moving through, and those regions that we're moving towards, we're getting towards neutral, but we're getting towards a kind of ENSO neutral that could very help benefit a subtropical jet orientation that could help pump moisture favorably to interact with the polar jet that's coming down, the northern stream, the northern branch of energies here that swing down could work in a very favorable position for the second half of January into February. And this is a part of what we've been forecasting here to suggest that when we throw around to 2014, 2018, and 2011, those are the kind of things when we start throwing those around that there's a reason to it. And the reason is because they freaking look like it. That's the only reason, actually, is because the analysis showed it, not because that's what we want it to be. So I'm going off what you guys showed. We went through it last night, the closest years, and you could clearly see what we were talking about. 2014, 2018, and there was a little bit of 2011 that faded a little bit now, but those are some big years. You guys remember some pretty big years. 2011 especially is, dang near historic winter for some people. But 2018 into the interior too was also historic. You could say it was an impressive second half of the winter, and so this supports that the back half of the winter being pretty active. So You guys remember all of those winter forecasts in the beginning that were saying, first half, active first half of winter, and then second half of winter is going to be very warm and not favorable for snowing. I'm sure there's got to be some of you that remember some of those winter forecasts, and it doesn't seem like there's going to be a ton of merit to them in terms of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic especially, at least the northeastern portion of the country. Doesn't seem like there's going to be a ton of merit to that, just based on what's progressing here. And so what this allows us to do, especially this is kind of the beginning here, this creates now look what we're doing. Cold air, right? Pressing here. We have cold air out ahead already. 50-50-ish low kind of setup. And here's your ridging here. So this is a track that would then force moisture to work up. And so now we have an active subtropical jet here. And we have polar air, cold air diving down. Very cold air in place. So what do we talk about, guys, with baroclinic zones? That makes me interested potential for snowstorm potential, I would say across the central and eastern United States. Right here, keep an eye on late next weekish, maybe early the week after for a snowstorm. And that's connected to our Bering Strait we looked at. And we mentioned another one, February to or first week of February. I think there could be another one. At least a storm. I don't know about a snowstorm, but at least a storm. And if we have the right pattern, like I think we might, it could be in the form of snow. Last winter, when the Gulf Coast got a foot of snow, Atlanta got a half-inch. I hope this weekend is in the same way, because it's not supposed to be like that. You know what I found out, Kevin? Is nothing is supposed to be what it's supposed to be like. And you gotta stop whining. No, I'm just kidding. I promise. But I really I want to hone down is the atmosphere is an unpredictable thing, and so Kevin, it's very hard to forecast. What is unpredictable like that. You can't forecast history always. We talk about that. It's very hard, and so that was a historical event. And you're right. It's technically not supposed to happen because it never happened before. So it's technically not supposed to happen, but it did happen. And on the Gulf Coast, they won the winter pretty much. That in the Chesapeake Bay. But yeah, so this makes it, so this is what's intriguing. So in theory, you get a chance either for something, you get a baroclinic zone across maybe here or here, we'll see, or somewhere within that. And then on the other side of that, there could be a pretty notable snowstorm. Maybe it's here, maybe it's here. And then we'll see some guidance is suggesting that if enough can dig, there's a chance maybe we could get something to more ride up the coast a little bit. And maybe ensemble guidance is trying to flex the southeast ridge a little too much. And that's possible. You see that there? I don't know why it's skipping so much in between. You see that there? And that suggests that. And right there you kind of see it. And that stands out then. And that's pretty gorgeous right there. That screams potential. As an ensemble mean, Atlantic ridging, 50-50 low look, something diving down, and you're creating a baroclinic zone here. So, and that's certainly possible. So we either get maybe something like this, or you get something that works across and then up next week, potentially, or we get something that dives down more. And this is what would get more southeast people involved. And then potentially maybe it slides off, or if we have enough Atlantic ridging, can ride up the coast or along the coast and slide off. We'll see. Hard to say at this point. But notice a little bit more return of Greenland blocking maybe, hinting at it. We'll see. As you can tell, well, let's not assume what's going to happen first, but it may not be necessary thing to always have. And then that right there also screams. Now that specifically would not be favorable, but it's hour 3:54. Keep in mind. But that would scream pretty potential snowstorm as well. This is what we call trap in the trough right here. Nowhere to go. You can see it's literally predicting a negative tilt of the mean ons. You see that? If it were like this and doing that, that'd be different. Look at the tilt, 540 line, predicting a negative tilt trough that's being trapped. And those are oftentimes when you can get your biggest snowstorms. And I'm going to still stick to it that at some point this winter we will get a we'll get a major storm in the eastern. We'll get a major East Coast snowstorm. Maybe it's not everybody, but somewhere along the East Coast, we'll get a major East Coast storm. I'm going to stick to it that we'll get at least one. Not the craziest bold prediction ever, but based on the past few winters, it kind of is. And I mean major, I'm talking, you know, that 12 to 18 plus, you know, blockbuster, you know, that kind of event. That, you know, that major winter storm. We'll see. If it's trapped like that, when it'd be an ice storm, I don't know. I couldn't tell you it'd be an ice storm. I say trap the trough, meaning you force the storm to have to, it can't go anywhere. So when you create eastern troughing, the storm can, it's harder to go north, it's harder to go east, harder to go west. Same thing like a hurricane. The steering currents force something for it to slow down. That gives you, at your latitude, that gives you a chance to develop a snowstorm here. This specific look here, this is 360 hours out, and this has no merit. This will change again next run, next run, next run. But I'm just saying, in this specific one, it's not a terrible look. Even though I would like to see that maybe a little further southwest. But in my opinion, I'm going to stick to the idea that we're going to be gaining a lot of subscribers on YouTube and followers on X. Not because of me trying to do that, just because when we post more about it, more people tend to find the stuff. Thinking about a wedge. Okay, that's fair. But you gotta see that at 500. There's your signal. There's your signal right there. Later next week. And it's kind of reflected there. You can kind of see that. All right, let's bring it back to, so we kind of talked about the pattern there, give you a brief idea. That's why I think the pattern is going to be, if you don't get all the snow you dream of for this storm here this weekend, it's not the end of the world, I think. I think there's going to be more opportunities. And this isn't even an amazing pattern right now, just because of the energy consolidation problem. At 500 millibar height, it's a decent pattern. At 500 millibar vort, it's not a perfect. It's not quite as sexy. Just do the consolidate. I mean, we saw it late this week with this storm. We weren't able to convert it as much as we may have wanted because of energy consolidation problems. Kind of just a kind of fractured, messy setup here. But it's not the end of it here. Let's take a look at the precip map. I want to say that looks better. I need to zoom in, but I just don't want to say something without it being true. So. And indeed it does. That's exactly what you want to see, and it's reflected very nicely. And you can see there's a large spread still. So I'm going to say that some ensemble members are not cooperating in a perfect, beautiful assemblance. If that even makes sense, but let me get to the panels. God dang it. One thing that stands out now is AIFS is kind of hinting at some of those bigger runs, and there's a spread. There's a notable spread. That's the first half of members, and there's a second half. And let's see. Let's go through hit. Kind of. Call it a half hit. 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 Half hit. 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 Half hit. 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 Kind of, yeah. And some of these may be interior too, so I can't tell without the individual panel. About the 6 hours, so, and you can see it's close to about half of these, and so that kind of skews the spread. So it's kind of half of these are leaning one way, so it shows there's still some volatility with this, that there's still it's not a guarantee, but you can see here a lot of these, even the misses, a lot of these misses here you can see are kind of just out. They're kind of out, but some of these are just way off, or late development too. Some of these are late developing, like this, for example. There's your overrunning, so you still get something regardless, and then late develops, and a lot of the goods are just out here. See it? Some of these late developers. GFS is my favorite. I think the GFS has turned to everybody's least favorite model because of what it's taken away from them. But the specifics of it, of what it happens right now, it will be your favorite. Don't be surprised if at the end, GFS, love-hate relationship, toxic relationship. And so in theory, there's your overrunning too, right there. Honing in on that area. You can see it increasing a little bit. You see that? So that's leaning, at least, towards where we want to go. Which model is mostly right when it comes to predicting weather? None of them. I know that's not the answer you wanted, but it's true. None of them. Euro AI is, I think, has proven to be the best, but the best is not accurate always. Like, for example, every team wins a Super Bowl every year. but that doesn't mean the team that won the Super Bowl that year is the best team of all time, right? That could be an analogy, I guess. Or this is a better one. Say you graduate best in your class. That's great. You're best in your class, but there are millions of other schools out there, and so it's not always perfect like that. And so that's kind of how I view guidances. They're models. Models should be used as a tool. That's how they were designed. They were meant to be used as a tool. Imagine you go to your toolbox, right? You have your tools. Models are one of those tools. That's how models are supposed to be designed to use. And many don't use them that way. Many use them as the gospel of the forecast. And that's where I find it. That's where I try to present my understanding of the atmosphere and how I learned it, self-taught to myself, pretty much. So I had to learn it myself and figure out how to forecast on my own. I have no meteorology degree. I do this all on, my own time, my free time. And this is not my job. It kind of is now, but it's more of a side passion. It's just a really strong passion. So I kind of dived into this, and this is kind of what we built here. So that's a long way to answer your question. Sorry, but models a best way to get me to understand something is put in football terms. I'm glad. I'll avoid the school terms then, Kevin, going forward. We can check. I think we already did see that, but and there you go. Kind of reeling her in ever so slightly. This would not be a good performance for the euro here. But you notice the spread here? You see that? What the member it does show hitting? I mean, I'm sure there's another one on 26 through 50, but you see that? It's a pretty significant hit. It's not just a light hit. And then here, there's a little bit more better. You can see a lot of these showing a lot of members just scraping. Or this one kind of hits the coast. This one may come close, but scrape. Might some of these may be closer. I don't know. I'm only getting one time frame. Scrape. So you see that? Even that's lighter. I mean, I guess this one actually technically hits. It's just a little bit lighter. But the euro also shows shows the overrunning precip here. I can extend this out to the east too. Just it's going to be a little bit harder to see for my southern people in there right now. You're gonna have to really zoom in. And then we skip 100 hours, of course. And so, yeah, the Euro ensemble not fully showing it, is it a concern? Yeah. Is it a major concern? I'm not sure. We'll find out in a couple days. But remember, as much as we've looked at guidance now, what did we do for about the first half hour? We showed you what's happening. I showed y'all what's happening without really only showing the upper level jet in the future. That was really it. And that was a model consensus. All of it was based on what's happening, or what is current analysis, basically. And that's kind of how we've built our forecast for this system, nearly a week out. So if we hit, it's going to be a really good success here. And in fact, we're going to get a snow event, so it's at least a quarter. We'll call it a quarter to a third success here. There's some success to it. Us actually getting a snowstorm, though, would be a much, or at least a very notable snow event to border snowstorm, meaning that we get the overrunning and a scraper. That would be that would be a success of long range forecasting. And if we get a snowstorm, be a very major success. So I'd be happy about that, being able to pinpoint that. And I really think the only other person would be our boy Willie C, right? For anybody that knows him on X. I think that would be about it. I mean, I don't see many guys. I'm telling you, I don't see much on the timeline anymore, so I couldn't tell you. I have my little list. There's not a ton of people on there. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. There's not a ton of people on there. It's double digit, but that's not a ton. Trust me, it's very limited, and it's not offense to anybody else. It's just if I'm interacting with you, I'd rather be through the replies. I like using X. I liked using X that timeline as more of a spot, to learn and gain insight, and not as much as see people complain about not getting snowstorms or overhype and excitement. And that I don't really mind as much. I've kind of found a way to not. I don't really honestly care about the people that are overexcited for the snowstorms, because I think it's pretty cool. But for me, I don't mind it as much because it just doesn't bother me. But others are very bothered by it. By those that post the long range snowfall maps, and the only reason I wouldn't like it is because the people that don't understand how they work might believe it and not get it. So from that aspect, it's a little frustrating from a forecasting perspective there. But I want to see. Canadian is just gorgeous. GFSAI. I mean, you can see all these showing. Will the icon give it? No, the icon will take it away. Way to ruin the fun, icon. Now I gotta build it again. Give the AI Canadian a chance here. Yeah, not quite as much as that Canadian, but still showing it. So the AI Canadian, I'm not sure really how good, and it's definitely showing it. I'm not sure the P-type map would look like that, but and again though, here's one thing I'll say is I don't want you to look too much into the P-type map, but look at that gain of moisture that's just getting pulled into the flow. And you know why we're doing this? Look at the high pressure. See that 1030, that little H there? That's just our Atlantic region, which is a key. This is forcing moisture to work up the coast. Up the coast. The question was going to be, how soon do we get this to happen? If it's later, then maybe it's just a scraper. or maybe it's even a miss for the second part of the system. First part of the system's hitting, guys. There's going to be some snow with this for some people. It's what I'm saying. It's how much, not if. And so what this does is it allows a deep track. You can even connect it into the East Pack here, the East Pacific, we call it, the East Pack, down into the tropics, and there's going to be a strong moisture tie. Anytime you do that, create this. And this is what leads me to think, guys, if this hits, it's not going to be a snow event. If this hits, it's going to be, I would lean even more towards a moderate snowstorm, to be honest, if we do hit. I'm going to be honest. I would lean towards that just because of the thermal dynamics at play here. And then you can see how we just barely are going to miss out on what could have been maybe a blockbuster, but won't be. Such a shame, but we convert here. It's going to be right. I'm still, listen, the specifics obviously weren't perfect. And I'll answer your question in a second, Kevin, but the specifics weren't perfect, but that looks very close to what 2015 progression looked like. Just from a process upper level standpoint, it's kind of cool to see that. And then we're gonna just on the heels, exactly the time frame after, got a system to track, and it's just not going to be the same though. It's obviously not going to be anywhere near the same, and I'm not sure anything ever will be again. Actually, nothing will be again, but maybe there's something that could be similar. But just to even get that progression to a T almost this far out in terms of the general, I find that fascinating, and I would love for a case study to be done on that. And the progression was, we had an Arctic front, if you remember, on New Year's. Exactly 15 days later, we had that little snowstorm happen. It was pretty actually decent event. It's like a 5 to 10 inch event, I would say. 3 to 6, and then a 5 to 10 swath. And New York City got some snow. Boston got good snow, but it just northwest of 95 got the bulk of it. 3 days later, we had the blizzard of 2015. 2 to 3 days later. Look what's happening. System here, Thursday, Friday, right? Now it's 15 days later. 17 days later. Look what we're doing. Same time frame. So it's pretty cool to see that connection there. And there was a list of events that happened in between that, if you were following along, that ended up being pretty close. So I find that very fascinating. Now, the specifics are obviously not going to end up being the same. And we kind of made that clear beforehand. That, listen, obviously, we're not expecting something like that to happen. But I was just, kind of pointing, I thought it was pretty cool. And I think it definitely helped to provide, there was a hint of truth. There was definitely a hint of truth into this progression here, regardless of the weekend outcome. It's just tracking upper level energy. Excellent stream as always. You too as well. Have a great one. So if the high pressure was closer to the coast, it would be more of an inland snow. Yeah, technically, if the high pressure, if this high pressure was now, if it was further northwest, if it was further north over top, not necessarily. If they were stronger there, but if it was further west, absolutely, we would be worrying about. We really be worrying. This would probably shear out a little bit just to do how strong the western ridge is. The western ridge is so strong, so energy has to dive in here. We would probably shear the system out, and you'd see something probably more like today. you'd probably see something more like that. But even again, the ridging was not necessarily in a bad spot. It was the energy consolidation, in my opinion. There was a lot. The 500 millibar setup here, there was so much to love about this. So much. And in theory, if you were to look at that 10 days out, you saw that, all your alarm bells would be going off. All. But that's why we say 500 millibar height is not the dictator. But a lot of people look at these maps and think they're a clear indicator, and they're just not. I use them. I love them. I like them. That they're valuable. I kind of love them sometimes, but you got to know how to use them. They're not always the end all be all in terms of telling a picture. But I would look at that right there, and I would say, yeah, that's a snowstorm. And anytime you look in between there and you see the white right along the coast, it's usually a good indicator for something. For up the East Coast or somewhere along the East Coast. And look at all those little short waves. All these little short waves coming along here. One of these times up around this polar vortex, it seems like a stretching here of the polar vortex a little bit. Is some sort of displacement, at least of these TPV lobes, or a singular one stretching down. Any one of these then time up later next week with the southern stream, that's where the magic could happen. And you see that there. See, people would think that, and they would look at this and they would see the yellow over and think that's bad. It's not. This is an ensemble mean, remember. To me, I see this, and the alarm bells go off for these places here. We're just looking at that verbatim. Maybe slightly further north, but I would lean on the cold pressing a little bit more. So that's how I look at stuff in the longer range. We finally got these 6-hour panel members to load out. There we go. Hey, I kind of want to see what's going on here. And you can see that. You see that long range signal we're talking about? Can zoom out more. You see the signal? Really see here. Look at that. It's a lot. That is a lot of members all at the same time. That's impressive, guys. That's very, very impressive to see. So this will be a test here. Is this by coincidence they're all showing it, or is there's something to it? Because this is a lot of members hinting at a moderate to major snowstorm. Some across the central and eastern United States next week. I'll take an order of 36 and 44, please. So I'm going to do something here. And that is a signal. That is extremely impressive. Extremely impressive. That's a storm signal if I've ever seen one before. I think that's post-worthy right there. That ensemble mean is going to look ridiculous. So for those of you that are new, we do live tweet sometimes. So and really, actually, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to post it first to YouTube. So and we'll copy and paste that over. View my channel. Hey, we added at least 10 subscribers tonight. We're at now 1.01K. So thank you for everyone tuning in still at this point, very late in the night. I very much appreciate it, but you can kind of get to see how let's go. We're going to have to save it. Shout out Matt Douglas. TK2, Tim Kelly, both good Massachusetts forecasters. Let me select the images. Watching from Snowdome, aka Chattanooga, seems like we're too far north yet for the storm this weekend. Chattanooga is East Tennessee, and I know it. I can picture it on the map. Yet I not confirmed at the moment at the same time. Great, now I gotta find this. I mean, I'll just the lag in the chat. I don't like to do this a lot, so don't expect me to always do this, but sometimes I do. Okay, I was right. It was Eastern Tennessee. There we go. Chattanooga could. It would take a little bit. It would take a little bit. What's your elevation? What's your specific the horseshoe? It's Eastern Tennessee, about 2 hours north of Atlanta. Yeah, my intuition was correct. Luckily, could sure. Honestly, Saturday you may have a Saturday you may have a chance. You may have a chance on Saturday to see some overrunning. It may be too far northeast though. It may be. And so that could limit your potential there. And then with this system, you're going to really need to hope for is continue to see this dig and amplify. You really need to see this dig and amplify in order to do that. Meaning, so we have this trough here that's going to swing through. This is don't worry about these, right? This is not related at all to this weekend. You need to see this trough continue to dig more. And you would like to see your high pressure, your Atlantic ridge here, continue to press more as well at the same time. And so if you do both of those things, you can allow precip to form earlier and potentially get some to get out here. So it's possible. It's possible, and you have a legitimate chance, because a lot of times these things can continue to trend northwest at the last second. So keep an eye out. It's a very boomer bust, though. Extremely boomer bust. You have a little bit more. I think you're in a slightly better spot, Kevin. But that doesn't say a ton either. But I also think you'll have a chance maybe for some snow. You have a chance for some snow. Yeah, on Saturday there, as you can see. So you do have a chance on Saturday and maybe Sunday. I don't know. Would probably be a first half of the day on Sunday if you do. But look at what this mean's probably going to end up being. Look at that. Woo. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Too bad that does not guarantee anything. But fun to look at. Not necessarily to eat, though. Okay. Let me get back to my macros. 850 feet, so that helps. So that helps a little bit. So that could help a little bit. Not major, but I wish I was if I had 850 feet elevation, boy, my seasonal snowfall. If you added another almost 300 feet of elevation, that would change a lot of systems for me, just a little bit. It would stack up. So here you're just going to get to see behind the scenes here how I make my stuff. For those that don't know already, haven't seen it. Many of you have, but some of you haven't. So you get to see behind the curtains here a little bit how I do it. It's really that simple, right? Many people think there's some concoction. There's some people like Wishcast, or he's throwing clickbait or whatever. I don't get much clickbait, actually. I don't almost get any click, but why? But you can literally see, we were talking about it, we saw something. That's how I see it. I see something, I'm like, oh, interesting. I put together and I just put it into a post. And it doesn't usually take that long. Yeah, and I understand that. It's the subsidence. You have elevation to your west and to your east. And so that works against you. If it doesn't come from Alabama, or the Southwest, we get flurries. I mean, you know your area better than I do. Sorry, got caught in my throat. I'm going to tap into another cough drop. I am playing sick here, so don't mind me. Good test for I usually just let this word autocorrect because my brain does not process the word definitely for whatever reason. I don't know if it's a curse, though, that it jackpotted me that far out. We'll see. But yeah. Oh, type too fast. Mm. Okay. See that? There was our Japan teleconnection, the amplification. That's what we were talking about. Raspberry wave came from here for the weekend system. This is not this system here. Actually, it's connected, but for the weekend system especially. And then this Raspberry wave, it went around progressively. Bloom, it flew past here, and then now it's just waiting to amplify again around, and then we'll shoot up the coast. That's at least the thought process there. If the last 2 years we got a snow, the first week of January in the last year. Oh, the last 2 years we got a snow. 2.5 in February. Still ended up getting less than the Gulf Coast. Long time ago, we used to say whatever winter system hits Dallas, Texas, it's coming this way. That has not been the case anymore. Interesting. It's kind of cool to get you guys this perspective, as I have not been to Atlanta or actually I've never been to Tennessee before ever in my life. Would love to go to somewhere like Nashville though to get to experience that. Family has, I haven't before. Geez, almost swallowed my cough drop. That would not have been good. Don't need to choke on live stream. But at least you guys would be able to actually, you don't know, you don't know where I live, so you couldn't call for help. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, it's interesting to know your perspectives because I've never been to the South. I'm from Massachusetts. I'm from close central Massachusetts, Worcester, Mass, close to town over. About 45 minutes west of 45 to an hour west of Boston. So almost Eastern Mass, almost Central Mass. I'm like the divider between Central and Eastern Mass. So I get into the coastal systems that those Eastern New England specials that hit here. That could have used a better color, but you can see it, kind of. I get into those, and then I also get into the interior events as well. So I kind of get the best of both worlds, but I don't have the elevation that some places do, like right here. So my seasonal snowfall total, I should say, like right here, I'm like right here more, just southeast, and so I don't have the elevation. I do have some elevation, more than most of my town, but I don't get the most. Patriots gonna get beat this weekend by the Houston defense law. Ban him, chat. Get him out of here. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, really good Texans defense. I think I still think the Patriots are going to win, and it's not just because I'm a fan. I think that would I be shocked if they lost? No, the Texans are a great team, but Texans offense is very unimpressive, and I think the Patriots offense. I think the quarterback Drake May has what it takes for that kind of to beat that kind of defense. Young quarterbacks, struggle with the disguises that defenses do. As I type my tweet, and Drake May is really good at picking that apart. If you're just going to play straight up, so it's not working his mind. Best thing to do against young quarterbacks is try to mess him up, disguise him. That's what the Patriots did to Herbert and messed with him. And I think that may work in our favor. And then if we have a snow game as well, then that might give a chance to slow down that pass rush. But that's just my theory. Good test for the ensemble here, but it's not a long. That only is your 21st, 22nd. Actually, I really want to quote this. And go back to my profile. It's like as soon as I started talking about the Patriots, we lost some soldiers. Not a fan, I get it. Hey, where'd you go? Baby, come back. Okay. Look at that. That's the blizzard in from Ryan Scholl's video. He actually had a live stream on YouTube that you can go check out after as well. That showed this blizzard. You see those blizzard conditions happening though? It's impressive. Again, I don't like showing that too long. I just briefly no volume or anything, so I don't want any chaser drama or anything like that. Just shout out to Ryan Scholl. I think Scholl, something like that. Give him a shout out. So I don't ever want to get tied into those chaser drama stuff. Where's the signal I posted? I know I did. I know I posted it. I'll find it. My Niners and Bulls in the Super Bowl. The Bulls. I'm about to show my age, but Blizzard 93 was awesome. Indeed it was. I did not get to experience that as much, but the Blizzard 93 was indeed, it's Superstorm 93 is pretty historic. It's about as historic as it gets there. I was in 8th grade that year. Impressive. Back to weather. What are you're feeling about February, early spring, or does winter hang on in the east? Oh, I winter. We're talking about it, right? Pay attention, okay? Link rules. Come on, pay attention. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just playing around, but yes, it's like when the teacher snaps at you. Hey, stop daydreaming. I can remember that back in school. Is this Lee? No, that's not. Okay, no, not even close to what I want. Did I scroll over this? All right, we'll have to go to here. I know I posted this. 61,000 posts. Get a life. I'll find you. I'm almost certain I posted this. If I didn't, I'm not. There we go. Found you. No, it just let me quote it. Why won't? There we go. What is going on? Oh, okay. That was weird glitch for a second. And then we can. Well, we can pull it up through here again. I was in the 6th grade. Link Curie told me to stop whining. I just got here a few minutes ago. No, don't worry. I like to poke fun because I think there's no need to be so sensitive. So I safely do it. I don't try to. I'm usually a little drier off camera with people I interact with, but I know those people versus I don't know any of you. But I hope to know you all better. I hope those that are seeing me for the first time can come back and enjoy. We do anytime there's big storms in the wintertime, especially. I mean, we're gonna do the tropics as well. Hurricanes usually are more videos than streams. I will say, unless we have a major impact hurricane happening to the U.S., then we absolutely do get involved there. But they oftentimes turn into videos more. But we track this a lot. So, um, no, I'm not a. I'm not. Don't even throw the K word out there. But no, just we just try to we just try to bring a little personality, but also you guys can see we don't scream, we don't yell a lot, we don't get like really sad, we just try to stay even when forecasting this stuff. And I'm just scrolling while I'm talking. Let's find it. These are all weather images, by the way, to be clear. That's 2023 right there. That was a Hurricane Aaron right there. As a Category 5. So right, if I'm saying monster hurricane, it's because it is a monster hurricane. It's a Category 5. I don't try to clickbait. Let me get to there's got to be at least a hint of truth or a lot of truth in my there's got to be at least there's got to be a good amount of truth in my thumbnails, if I'm going to say it, at least related to my thoughts. You're still on? Of course. We're talking about I mean, if you look here, you can see the storm signal. I did experience Hurricane Sandy. It wasn't as bad here as it was in New York City and New Jersey, but man, those winds hit us hard. They hit it. I mean, we were probably 60, 70 miles per hour, probably those wind gusts, just for hours and hours on end. And I'm a little inland, so no concern for coastal flooding, but just consistent rain bands were coming in. We lost power for days. It was cold after too. It was a brutal storm for sure. Irene though hit us hard as well. I think we lost power for like a week with Irene. Um, that one was worse, I think, for us than Sandy was. Um, I mean, that was a brutal stretch of severe weather and hurricanes from 2011 to 13. I mean, between the Springfield tornado, between the tornado outbreak in 2011, Irene 2011, the Halloween snowstorm in 2011, 2013 Sandy, or 2012 Sandy, I should say, not 2013. 2011, 2012 was pretty, rough. Yeah, it's 2012, not 13. It's a heck of a signal that far out. Yeah, that's 234 hours out. That signal is impressive, to say the least. I remember epic weather events, even if they don't affect me. I'm a nerd. Yes, I am as well. Yeah, I have a good amount of hurricane history as well, snowstorm history as well. I mean, really, I'm not unmatched just due to my age. Um, I'm obviously not like over 40. I think all of you can tell that obviously, um, but yeah, it's not unmatched. But it's really hard to you can put me against a lot of people for the vault of Massachusetts snowstorm history and southern New England snowstorm history. Really hard, really hard. I look at a lot a lot of different systems, a lot of different storms, a lot, and I've experienced a lot here. Living I've lived here in I can say lived here in Massachusetts for over 2 decades now, so um, a little bit of New York, but mostly Massachusetts for the most part. You too, Kevin. That's how I am with snowstorms in the south or any major weather event. I guess it's a talent. All the models tend to be pretty accurate, especially the ones that show the percent of the least an inch of snow over a given time. It's almost perfect. I guess from that aspect, you could say so. But guidance is definitely not perfect, but they're not as bad at the same time if you know what you're looking at and know how to use them. So, but most don't see it from that perspective. At least I'm assuming you are not what you're trying to say. One of the ones that post those huge snowstorms on Facebook. Where oh, actually, I do that all the time. You just haven't seen it yet. No, I'm playing, but no. When I first got on the weather Twitter, I really didn't know how it worked that well, to be honest. So and even then, I don't think I would post those and be like snowstorm coming. I'd just be like, that's pretty fun. I anytime I do post those in there, actually I posted one like was it yesterday? I posted that GFS and I was like, what would you pay to make that happen? Like I make it abundantly clear, like I'm gonna have some fun with this, and this is not anything before. Yeah, so we don't. we just don't get interested in that. And I just think they're really cool and really fun, some of those long range model runs. And that's just how I look at it. I don't look, and then I'm gonna make sure there's a clear message tagged to it so that for people that don't understand that this is a joke of a model run in a fantasy of a model run that produces 70 inches of snow, I'm gonna make it abundantly clear that at least somewhere at some point that this is not anywhere close to a forecast. And if you can't see through that at that point and you're still annoyed, it's like, you're on the wrong account, and you can move on. But and even then, you see all the prefacing I do with that, and I only do that ever so once in a while. It usually has to be something incredibly impressive for me to do it. It has to be something like, oh my god. So I just like having a little bit of fun. Why not? I mentioned the show. We'll leave it there. But yeah, I'll show you what I literally did. And I know a lot of people love them, and I could easily frame up a post like that to get a lot of clicks and likes, but I really don't have much interest in it. I'm just like, what? This is very fun to look at. Like, this is very what an insane thing to look at. And see if we can find it. Oh, this was it right here. So what would you do? How much would you pay for that to verify? Obviously, well, this is just fantasy for fun and not forecast clearly. See? So I try to make that abundantly clear because I'm like, oh come on, that's awesome. Look at that. Can you imagine if that happened? And then you realize, okay, model fun. It's just the inner child in me is really all it is. As a forecaster, I could give literally zero craps other than the fact it's the only thing you take away is just showing that storm in that time frame. That's the only takeaway. That one operational month way on a distance showed something. That's the only takeaway. That's the only legitimate takeaway. But those are fun to look at. And as long as you make your message clear for the people that don't understand that this isn't actually a forecast, as long as you make it clear. Some people don't like it, and I'm sure I've had people block me before for even posting this while saying this, but that's their decision. It's not really my thing to worry about. I kind of just got to do my thing. I know my roots. I know who I am as a person, and I try to stick to that. But even then, most of those people that you're talking about, right? They like just post these like all day. You can clearly see basically just straight 500 millibar. So that's basic. Either that or like 250. It's like just straight 500 millibar. I like that. I like the analysis. And to be honest, I almost never post snow maps either. I don't think I ever post model snow maps. Like if we're actually tracking something, we're forecasting, I'm almost never show you that because it's not important. It's not relevant. We don't need to look at that at all. No threat map tonight, right? No. Maybe tomorrow we can. I don't have it. I don't have the mental capacity to make and physical energy to make a threat map tonight. I'm depleted energy wise. Being sick is not fun. I don't know what this is too. I have zero idea. This is I don't know if it's some COVID strain or whatever. I don't know what I have, but this was not how it usually happens. Usually you start sore throat first, and I barely even have that. Well, I do have that. Just not everything else though is just is depleting. But modern day medicine helps power through. Actually makes it feel maybe not quite as bad as it could, but ask me to run a mile right now, I might not make it. See if the euro is showing us too. Kind of, not quite the same, but euro has it. You see that? I mean, that's a strong signal, that far out. That's a strong signal to see that. Very much so. And I think it really has to do with how active our subtropical jet is going to get here. It really is. The fact we're even talking about tropical cyclone formation is impressive. MJO getting more active, getting closer, phases 7 and 8, second half of January here. And that's what we tend to see. These areas can start to get more active in the tropics, more active convection. MJO is really, people view the MJO as like a deciding thing. The MJO is really just a reflection of what's happening. It's what actually is happening here, and the MJO is like telling you what's happening. The MJO is not necessarily though like it's not the MJO and then the MJO makes this happen. That's the best way I can describe it. The MJO is a reflection of what's happening. The MJO is not making something happen. That's a better way I can put it. And that's why people that put so much weight on those long range MJO forecasts for the drivers, everything, it's just not the way to go. MJO is an important factor for medium to long range long range forecasting. It's an important factor. It's not the only thing. There's a lot more that goes into it. Look at that signal too. GFS Ensemble. That's an insane signal right there. Same with the AIFS. I mean, that is insane. That's such a strong signal for this time frame. Yeah, look at that rising air. See that? Subtropical jet. Look at the moisture. You can see that transport of rising air, which is the moisture convection here. There's some version of Atlantic ridging there. So this is what happens. Gets caught in the flow, and maybe something dives, or maybe it goes across. We'll see. Signs point to something though. Later next week to early the week after. There's your signal. And since it's so far out, it's a mean like that, it's not going to pick it up perfectly. That's just the reality. Canadian Ensemble. It's picking up on it too. I mean, every single model. The Ensemble guidance is just picking up on it. So don't be surprised if some of these long-range model runs over the next several days here, you get more of these impressive snowstorms in the longer range that go from across the country, or from the central or eastern U.S. Don't be surprised if you get those. And just know it doesn't mean that exact solution is going to happen, but it means that something like that could maybe happen in some variation, and those specifics won't verify, but there's a chance for something in that time frame. It's crazy. We're now with this system. We're going to 108 hours, and it's past her time frame. It's been a minute since we've been able to do that with a kinkin ensemble. I mean, freaking ensemble. And here it is. Look how strong that is on the Jeff's AI. Very impressive. So yeah, so that's that thought process. That's the thought process for that system right there. We can take a look at the NAM that's running out right now. We can try to put some that. Digging more of that system there. Current system. So not enough quite yet out here, but alluding to it at least. So it gives you a little bit of perspective there. In terms of the current storm, the perspective that you got to let things clear out, like we're talking about. So letting this, I said, you see the trend. We've been talking about this. What do you guys notice here? I'll answer it for you. This is the current system, digging back more. What was the result? Separates these two more. This has to wait longer. Gives more time for this to amplify and dig. That's been the result. And it's one part of the game. It's one part of the reason. It's not the main driving. It's not the only main driving reason. It being sampled has played a notable part as well. But that trend, and it's also what's allowing, we'll probably end up just being so close to this, and we won't get it. But man, we're probably gonna get some fun NAM runs here tomorrow when that starts getting in range. One thing I'll say about the NAM though, is it will in the long range especially. I think it's gonna over amplify. Excuse me. I think it's gonna over amplify. You can already see it. It's gonna over amplify this. The leading edge here, because its bias is to over amplify. I think it's going to over amplify that, and I think that's going to cause this to maybe not be able to be as potent, or maybe it will be, just because it will just try to amplify both one at a time. But I would keep an eye on that. because it really is, just with how widespread it is, you can see that there, really probably pulling up a good amount of warm air. And it shows that accumulating snowfall. So that, yeah, when we talk about things that connecting downstream that play a part, it's this system right here, guys. It's this, you know, ladies and gentlemen, I can't make it any clearer that you have to let things clear out. You have to let things happen. People are so quick in today's day and age. It's not just models. It's if you don't want to hear this, you don't have to, but I'm going to say it anyways. Is people are very quick to make judgments early on about things that are happening. It's the day and age we live in. Social media, we want to be first to get it right. We want to be first. And what's ironic is I will probably, someone like me and Will see, who were mentioning this a while back, will probably be first before anyways. And the reason that we're might get some credibility, which I'm not trying to prop myself on a pedestal. I'm just trying to illustrate that a little bit of ironicness there. I don't think that's irony. That's what I should have said. A little bit of irony there, that it's turned the other way. Is that initially, at first, it may end up being accurate. But my point, I'm getting off point. My point is that we want to figure out stuff right away when patience is required. Patience is required sometimes. You gotta let things sit and play out. People are very, very uncomfortable when models do not show something that's being forecasted happening. They just don't see it. People need to see that P-type map show that snowstorm. They need to see that P-type map show it in order to believe it. And you got to get away from that. If you really want to start learning about this and understanding it, regardless of, you don't even have to be a forecaster. If you just want to understand it, you have to be willing to separate these model precipitation depictions from the end result of the forecast. What are we forecasting for? Are we forecasting for a model run 4 to 7 days out? Or are we forecasting for the end result? Forecast is a prediction of something at a certain time that's going to happen. That certain time is when that storm is happening. So you have to pinpoint what's going to be happening then, not what's being shown on models 7 days out or whatever. And that's where forecasting skill comes in. Understanding model biases, it's understanding model tendencies, it's understanding how the models work, it's understanding the physics or the AI machine learning. It's understanding the setup at hand you have. It's understanding past history, the current teleconnections, the overall pattern. There's so much that goes into hand when forecasting. And many overlook that, but will make the determinations regardless, as if what they're saying should hold so much weight. And not to discredit and not to make people feel bad or anything, but the reality is, all of you are not a meteorologist for a reason. You all have either jobs or go to school or do something else in your life and are not a meteorologist for a reason. Not all of you, but a lot of you that watch my stuff. So, or if you're not, you're gonna be a meteorologist, and you got to learn the stuff anyways. It's taken me a while, and I'm still not anywhere close to where I think I'm gonna be eventually. I was a late bloomer to this stuff, late bloomer, Anybody that follows me in the beginning knows I was not as sharp as a forecaster as I am now. And I don't like talk about it a lot because I don't uh, because I look back on that, I'm like, well, some of that is cringy a little bit. And I think we all do that. Anything we look back in the past, we're always like, it's cringy, but that's a part of life. You have to be able to learn, and we're a quick learner when we start putting pieces together. It doesn't make for perfect or perfection, but I try. I try for perfection, knowing it won't happen, and that's a really hard thing to do to your mind right there. You and Will should do a stream together. I think he's a very busy guy. I think he has the job he works, whatever he does. I'm sure. I don't know if he does. I think he does consulting. I could be wrong. I mean, maybe he does something else too. I've never really talked to him too much, other than about weather stuff. I would love to if he wanted to do that, but he does. I think he kind of has his own thing, and I don't. I don't usually bother too many to ask about that. I've only done collabs with two other people before. It's Billy from NSF WWX and Gerald. All right, let's see here. Interesting. So this is not as far back. I would like for this to be. Well, hold on. It's hard. You can't see. I like seeing all of North America. I mean, I like the stream separation we get here more. I like how this is tighter together. Maybe. I want to let this run a little bit more. And also, none of this really matters that much. But we're going to break it down anyways, because why not? Nothing better to do. Sleep when I'm dead. Initially, my thought is I like the stream separation. We get more. This backs up, and this comes tighter together. Right? Tighter is better, as we all know with this. Pause. But, yeah, mini pause. But my point is, as I take a sip, that if this is, in theory, if this is closer and tighter together, this is not as sheared out and extended, and it might be less pressing on this when this turns around. This has to turn around, right? This is going to tilt on its angle. Trough axis will tilt, turn around, and there'll be less pressing on it when it has to go up the coast. That's when I'm looking at that. That's where my thought goes first. But there's other factors that go into it. If this is if the ridge was pressing too much, then it may be a little bit harder to do that. If it doesn't consolidate cleanly, well, it's the NAM. It's very rarely that ever doesn't happen on this model, or we'll find a way. It's one of its greatest strengths sometimes, but oftentimes its greatest weakness. Okay. You see how we're reserving this a little bit more, right? Reserving energy is better in this case right now. Again, there's a little bit of a thread here. There's going to be a little bit of threading for some people here. If you do this too much, it could go wrong. Fast, too. You'd be surprised. Remember, it's all about the end result. It's not about being in the right spot for model guidance 36 to 48 hours out. That's not what matters. It's about the end result. And so that's why I mention it. Is because it wouldn't shock me if we northwest trend this bad boy to a point where some coastal people get a little uncomfortable in some spots. Not all spots, but some spots. But you see what I mean? You see how that's reserving a little bit more there? And you see, since it does that, in theory, this will have an easier path to go around the trough. But it doesn't always work like that. So model runs are tricky, and I can't see the whole picture. And I'm not perfect run-around analysis either. So I'm not always right with that. Keep that in mind. Bobby, how we doing, my man? Good to see you. Pat snow game would be cool. It would be awesome. It would be freaking awesome. I would love to see that. Comment if you're watching right now. Comment in the chat if you would like to see a Patriot snow game. I know I would love to. Let me know. That'd be freaking awesome. This is why I don't like the NFL having all these domes now, because you're taking away the snow game aspect. It's one of the best parts. Think about, you remember that Browns Steelers game last year, I think, guys, right? You remember when the Lake Effect band hit them too, and how awesome and how cool it was? Jameis Winston was flying around in the snow and doing snow angels. You know how many people you get to tune in for that? It's just natural stuff that you can't create without the weather. And that's why the weather is such a beautiful thing, man. Snow game, please. I agree, Joe Weather. Absolutely. Give it to me, baby. But my point about that is I just don't like that. You're moving to these domes and you're creating a poor aspect for a natural part of the game. It's like cutting down trees in some areas. Don't do that. Don't cut down all the trees, please. I like the nature, so for me, that's my perspective. But let's see here. But you could also say that, since this is a little bit closer here in this edge, you could argue, this pressing a little bit more may make this harder to dig back as much. So, but I want to see the whole run. But in theory, that should be better. You see that? See it more amplified? You see this get pulled in too? So here's the thing, guys. Initially too, the more this was reserved, I'm telling you, I think, to me, this initial overrunning precip here helps lead the tail, helps lead the trail path for what's in store, what's going to happen. I think there's some connection there to what we're seeing. I think there's a path, because that coming to fruition helps pull a little bit things up, helps pull in the baroclinic zone a little bit initially, even if weaker, and it helps set the stage. I think that helps sets the stage initially. And so that's why that's another, I think, big reason, or at least notable, at least a little bit, why I'll say, Why I lean towards more of a snowstorm happening with part two at least, or at least a scraper. That's why I lean towards that versus missing. But again, I'm not sure a scraper is a likely scenario. I think it might be either just more hit or nothing, or barely scrape, and it's really not much of anything other than some outer places. But I like that in theory. I think this should deliver the goods, but it will. I'm not gonna say the dirty word. It will BB some people if you can put it together. It's on you. If not, I'm not gonna spell it out for you. You see how much that breaks up to that jet? Man, gives it time to slow down. Look at that jet core. That's impressive. See the patchiness to it too. All these little jet streaks there. Many jet streaks that go up to the main jet core. Not parkour, but jet core. You say it really fast, sounds like a Star Wars plane or something. Jakora? Alright, vamos. In theory. Let me see here. The dig on that NAM is ridiculous on that last one. Look at it. It's digging back to freaking Texas. I'm not sure how well it would have amplified up. Knowing the name, it probably would have had some fun, but I mean, that's certainly a pathway for some southern places. Come on now, play out here. Take your time, man. I was trying to view it earlier, so I was so busy during the day, or so a lot of times. So if you don't see me post during the day, sometimes don't be always alarmed or assume it's good or bad necessarily that I'm not posting. It's just a especially with the platform X itself. I'm not very fond of it right now, but there's a snowstorm happening, so we can sometimes weed our way through that. But if I'm not, it's just because I'm busy during the day. But I was busy during the day, and the whatever was going on with the Verizon and the outages. I'm not sure. A freaking satellite and SOS going on to my phone. I was not enjoying it. I was trying to view my model runs and it wasn't working out. See off. And this one kind of brings it up. I wonder if it's. Yeah, I'm not sure how much we can look into this here. I'm really having trouble. Cause I just think on every run, it's going to try to amplify what's going on here so much, and I really worry that there's going to be any hint of truth in any NAM run for the next couple days or so. We go back to 250. But again, I do worry a little bit about energy consolidation, guys. I do worry a little bit. It's not perfect. A little bit of concern there. Mm, I'm not sure here. I'm not sure. Well, let me see what these ones look like here. Oh, that looks like it might have done something fun. Come on, baby, get there. Reminder, if you don't mind, hitting the like. I suck at mentioning a lot, but at least I was able to do it a couple times tonight. Um, Hit the like if you don't mind; it's extremely helpful. And then also, if you don't, you can also consider joining the channel memberships. There's plenty of options available for whatever whatever you can afford. But I say afford, and I don't really want to make any of you feel the need to have to do that. But I just mention it because if some people sometimes ask, how can you show extra support? That is how you can do it. So that is a way. You can also send super chats, which I now can do over the past few weeks now, and it's been very, very cool, very, very, very cool to get rewarded that way. And I'm not sure I deserve to get rewarded for talking about the weather, but I don't take it for granted. So I appreciate it. Man, I still can't believe you go back to this. I still can't believe this couldn't even just do a little bit more. How close that's going to be. Ugh, such a shame. Such a shame, but won't be complaining if we convert the one after that. To me, I think that's going to work in our favor. To me, it's going to work, but I think that's going to work in our favor. But you can see that little jet streak setting up for the overrunning too. Which, see that showing up? Look at that. Where is our man from Knoxville? Or not Knoxville, Chattanooga. Take a look. Almost. I don't know. Not sure if you'll have the elevation enough to do it. See how close though? Even the overrunning that gets going here. Very, very fun. Very cool. I like the look of that. I like the look of that. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's promising. But I'm also concerned about that we're increasing our viewership here at this time of the night. Go to bed. What is wrong with you people? But I appreciate you all. Bunch of weather psycho freaks like me, and you should be proud of it and embrace it. What was the initial thing we said, guys? A little bit more compact, and in theory, that can make the height lines a little bit easier to build around, allow this to drive up. That was our initial analysis, and everything so far to this point kind of looks like that's going to be the case here. December 31D. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. If you don't mind me, if you don't mind me asking, do you watch here from X, or do you watch? You just find me on YouTube, or um, someone that would watch the live streams on X, but are seeing through YouTube now? I'm not sure. I feel a little guilty about not putting the live streams through X anymore, but I just don't want. I just annoyed with that. It's just annoyed with how that platform is and how people use it now. So that the less the better. I found that's both. Just found me on X and YouTube in terms of both. That was a weird. That was a strange response for for what I said, or at least in my brain, it couldn't it couldn't comprehend what you were trying to say. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now, one thing I notice is edge of the current system is kind of pressing on this a little bit more here. So I'm curious to see what that does. Found you last year through X. Oh, and you would watch the streams on X, and um, your click the link on YouTube. So I try to make it easy too. I said, and the only reason I did is because now X embeds you can, when you embed the link in X, it now it shows the video or the stream happening, and so it's basically the same thing now. You can click it and see it the same way you would click it if it was just an X live stream. And so for me, it's like, well, how is that's not any different other than that little live button in it on X, maybe making it a little bit more appealing and easy to click on, maybe for some people. I don't know, but um, for me, if you truly enjoy the if you want to see it, for me, it's like I think people will find it. That's what I like to at least try to root on. Hold the roots on. Well, see, and then here's the thing. So the TPV initially suppresses on here a little bit. So I'm not sure if I'll love that, but you can clearly see, in my opinion, I think this is not as important as suppressing here. This building back more makes this easier to build around the trough more. So this is why I kind of like doing the model analysis, because you guys can kind of get into my head to learn how I'm looking at model runs. What we said, tighter and compact originally, and more stream separation initially. What does that allow? It makes it a little bit easier for when this tilts and rounds the trough, kind of like what you're seeing now, to kind of wrap up the coast a little bit easier, as opposed to this was more elongated and sheared, stretched out a little bit more than it already is. That makes it more difficult. What you do is you suppress. You have a suppressing mechanism now, and anything that's getting forced down like that is going to go either here at best, or actually that's too generous. Or no, it's not. Maybe here at best, or completely slide off. You don't usually see that too much, just because we're the exit latitude, and so storms will want to go up here to the North Atlantic eventually. That's where they're tethered to. Gain latitude. Just how it goes. That's why hurricanes, when they get here and they caught up in the jet stream, they're going to get pulled back to the north. So it's very rare to see a storm go like this. That's why we almost never see that, unless it's a dip in the jet stream that's happening. But a storm track to just keep going, almost never see that. But that suppressing mechanism makes it harder for this to go around. and rise go around and rise up. It makes it harder. But if there's a little bit, if this digs back, this holds back more, while also if this just digs back more and stretches out, that doesn't do anything, or it does do something a little bit maybe, but that doesn't do enough in my opinion here. Not in my opinion, truthfully, factual. It doesn't do enough. You have to dig this back. You have to amplify this here. Somewhere, at least somewhere along this piece here, this has to be able to force back more. Because this sets the stage for this to come around. And if this suppresses, it's no bueno. ¿Te gustas? No, no me gusta. Sí, no me gusta. Porque it's just because this you can't expect to suppress your system so much initially early on, and no matter how much Atlantic ridging you have, it's really difficult to ask. It probably rides up the second Gulf Stream barrier that we, or a gradient that we, the Gulf Stream gradient that we showed earlier in the stream. Man, how are we going up? I'm impressed here. 3:30 in the morning. Just going up in viewership somehow. Impressive. You all that much enjoying the LiveNAM run feed? We have the sickos here. Are watching the run anyways and figured you would just watch the NAM run with me, I guess, here. Because why not? You can kind of see it, right? You see how this is suppressed a little bit more initially, but this is more amplified back here. Time will tell. Oh, looks like time's going to tell almost right now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Now, for southern places, this is not, for extreme southern places, this is not necessarily productive along the Gulf Coast. These people here. This is not necessarily productive because immediately now we're capturing energy, upper level energy. So this might dig a little bit more just naturally because it's getting pushed that way a little bit just due to the elongation here. But the minute this starts getting closer, it's going to pull up. You can see that already. Look at that Gulf moisture that's getting pulled in. You see the tap too. The dig is so impressive, and the Atlantic ridging is happening. Look down here. I'll play this again. This is what I love about this system: is the tap of deep tropical moisture feed we're going to have here from the subtropics, from deep into the subtropics. I mean, deep into the tropics, not just the subtropics. I mean, we're going into Caribbean. We're going into the East Pack here, the Caribbean, like we said, the East Pack, the Gulf. We're going deep in. And look, you see that? Look in those areas. You see how it's getting pulled into the flow. You see that? And the more this digs and the more this holds back, guys, why is that so important? Because now this gives more time. This is going to have more gravitas, meaning this is going to hold more weight in being able to influence these guys more. This moisture here, this convection here. And we're going to be able to pull this in more and allow a deeper, stronger cyclogenesis to happen earlier on, aka bigger storm rides up the coast. And that's why I still legitimately think some of those GFS runs, there's a little bit of merit to what you've seen on a couple of those GFS runs, or I guess maybe the one, I don't know. But I don't know if it's going to be a 24 to 30 inch ceiling realistically. That would be insanity, but I wouldn't mind it. But it shows you how very quickly that the ceiling could rise pretty fast. Because if you're able to do it enough where you get the low to try to occlude early on, maybe you start throwing out the blizzard word, the B word. And B, you would increase your snowfall totals for especially the Northeast and New England, but pretty much everywhere. Unless it's a little bit too amplified along the coast or I guess the deep Gulf Coast, you could argue too. But yeah, the initial analysis is gonna pay off right here. So another successful trick trying to forecast these models here. Not easy, but we try. Not perfect, but we try. This is the key. As much as you can tell, right? You could just look at this and see that it's going to happen. But this is where you can find the magic right here, guys. You see what happens here? The difference from the previous run to the run before. You see that? You see how that's amplified? You see how there's less going on there too? That's a good thing. You see how there's less going on? It's a good thing in terms of it's less widespread. And look at the jet couple. See the coupling of the jet, meaning the backside. This is getting wrapped in more earlier on. Earlier you're able to do that, earlier amplification you're going to get. So we're going to get a little tease here, it seems like. And man, I think the 250 jet was getting ready to get going here. Let's see how that compares to, yeah, I think that's even stronger than the, it's close, not quite. It's definitely better than that. Hold up, let me get it. Is it? Is it actually? We can only look from run to run. That's all we can do. I mean, this is so held back here. I bet be. Well, here's your. Here's your thing here. All of this I like. It's just this piece, right? It's that. This is model guidance is not showing this. Most of model guidance. See how it's like pressing into this system here, and that's it. That's the only. I mean, along the southeast, it'll work out here. So my initial take was not necessarily true here. So let me scratch that because I didn't think we would do what we did. I assumed that piece would come more from behind. My mistake. It was not the case. You see how this is not necessarily feeding into it, and these two are almost separate. And this in a bad way, meaning this is pushing against it, and this suppresses the height lines a little bit more. So it does not matter for these places, but it does further northeast. And then there's your Atlanta snow right there. And there's your Houston snow, dare I say, too. The Beaumont snow, I mean, that would be historic. If we were to do that back-to-back years at Gulf Coast snow. That would be impressive. I don't think we'll do that specific scenario, but you see the difference? Watch. And honestly, this may be able to get pulled up a little bit more than I thought. It might be able to, but it's just the height lines are just not the same. There's so much more space for this to come through, and these two are kind of playing with each other in a beneficial way instead of separating and pushing it out in a bad way. But there's a lot of different things that can kind of get messed with here with the energy consolidation. So kind of keep that in mind. That could be that there's going to be a lot of varying changes from run to run with P-type maps potentially. And so you just got to be able to keep that in mind. Precipitation maps. These things right here. Got to keep that in mind. Be a lot of varying solutions with that. You got to be aware of that. These are not going to be perfect. One thing I will say though is I think there were some convective feedback issues on this. Because if you got a 989 just southeast of Nantucket, I mean, I know it could be quick moving, but what are the temperatures like? $850s are colder than if it's an 850 warm tongue. 925s are like that. I mean, come on now. You see, I mentioned it. First half of the system. Some places might be a little, especially along southeastern New England, might be a little warm to start. So you might start as a little bit of a wetter snow. And if we are to see this storm happen, or I guess if it goes so far interior, there's a chance it could mix out. I guess in theory, but and then you see the second half of the system, the cold pressing in from the backside. That's usually what helps create your frontogenesis. So this feels like the kind of system that could produce some pretty prevalent F-gen bending here. And there's your overrunning precip out ahead too. Again, and let's bring up one more point here, that if model guidance ticks a little bit east tomorrow, let's just say, it doesn't mean it's the end of the world either. And that may not even be a bad thing. And when I mean a little bit, I don't mean I mean a little bit. It may not be a bad thing. There's nothing to suggest that model guidance may do that right now. It seems like the trend, until we see visible evidence, is going to be continue to support amplification or stay firm here. That seems to be the general idea, but I think the GFS is the one that most people want, and that just may not be the specific reality. I mean, we can go back to that 12Z, and something like that too would be out of this world. I think that's really the grand winner, to be honest. Not sure how realistic that could be, but I know it would make me very happy. I know that because it jackpotted right on my house. And it's good to see a little bit of consistency, though. I like this. It slows down more, actually, which is even better. And I like that at least a little bit of consistency. And that's we're about to get inside that 4-day range here for the second part of the system. Overrunning is 2 to 3 days out. That's going to happen. Could be a bit of a coastal front situation here. So keep that in mind. And then we pull it in. So yeah, that's the general idea here. So I appreciate everybody tuning in. We're gonna call it there. I don't think I can go any longer at this point. We kind of broke down what's gonna happen. I appreciate it. Leave a like on your way out. It's very helpful. And then we'll probably be streaming. I'll try to do my best. As long as I'm not too sick, we'll try to stream tomorrow night as well. So I appreciate everybody tuning in, and